Day 352. Chapter 1. Las Cruces, New Mexico. Sam McQuaid's boots crunched on broken glass as he fled up the stationary escalator in the deserted mall, hoping to lose the men chasing him. He could hear the bounty hunter's footsteps closing in, their shouts echoing in the empty, cavernous space that had once been filled with shoppers. He hesitated briefly at the top of the stairs, regretting suddenly his strategy to try and lose them on the second level. Allowing himself to get boxed in would be fatal, but it was too late to second-guess his decision. Pain shot through his thigh, where the bullet wound was still healing. The pungent odor of trash, marijuana, and urine added to the nausea that settled in his stomach from the pain. He was thirsty and dehydrated, but the roadblock they'd set up for him had forced him off the main road. Now running through the derelict shopping center, filled with dead plants and gaping holes in the ceilings, felt more like a death trap than an escape. He ran past empty electronic and clothing stores, searching for the exit. He'd been here once before, 5, maybe 6 years ago. Now, a year after the grid went down, most of the popular shopping center had been gutted, walls tagged with gang signs, and anything of value picked over months ago. The only thing left of value to the property was the shelter from the cold. He'd seen a handful of people huddled in the shadows, their only source of light from broken skylights above them. He shifted the backpack on his shoulder that was filled with all the possessions he owned, and sped across the water-stained tile. He hadn't survived traveling the red corridor and dozens of roadblocks to end up dead in an abandoned mall. Still, his options were limited, especially now that he was on foot. He needed to get back to his horse he'd hidden in an abandoned warehouse while searching for food. He thought the empty maze of shops would be the perfect place to lose him, but he'd miscalculated their determination and ability to track him down. Just like he'd miscalculated Rebecca Holt. Sam shoved back the distraction. Dwelling on Rebecca would only get him killed. Besides, there was no going back to that moment when he'd tried desperately to prove to her that he was innocent, and not the traitor she believed him to be. But none of that mattered anymore. While she couldn't prove he'd killed her father, neither could he prove his innocence. He had to focus instead on staying alive. Most of the stores had back doors that led to offices, security, and lunchrooms for employees. If he couldn't find the upper-level outlet, one of the corridors should lead him to a back exit and out of the mall. He could hear them behind him, shouting orders like a military operation as they closed in on him. He wasn't sure how it had come to this. Wanted, dead or alive. A group of organized vigilantes taking advantage of the year-long blackout, covering at least half the country. He ignored a mound of lifeless mannequins that had been dumped in front of a clothing store. He caught movement to his right. Someone jumped out of the pile, scattering plastic arms and legs across the walkway. A figure in a hoodie grabbed Sam from the side and shoved him onto the ground. A sharp pain ripped through Sam's temple as his face smashed against the hard tile. He rolled over, attempting to shove his attacker off of him, the pain in his thigh excruciating. Sam fought to breathe. His attacker tried pulling off his backpack. Sam managed to hang on to the strap, but someone else came at him from the right. He twisted hard and pushed away the second attacker, and caught the face of a boy no older than 12 or 13. This wasn't one of the bounty hunters. This was nothing more than some kid, looking for a chance to steal something to sell. Sam ducked, barely missing the swing of the second kid. He glanced behind him as one of the bounty hunters reached the top of the escalator. They were catching up with him. "Run!" Sam shouted. Both of you!" The first kid ran, but the second grabbed for his backpack. He lunged for the bag, but it was out of reach. He shoved the second kid from behind as a shot fired at them, pushing him away from the bullet's trajectory. Sam scrambled to his feet as the kid snatched his pack and ran. Anger pulsed through him, but all he could do now was focus on how he was going to get out of here alive. Part of the roof had caved in ahead, blocking the walkway in front of him. The empty toy store to his right was dark. If he went that way, and there was no exit door. He glanced back. The hunters were gaining on him. In another few seconds, they'd have him surrounded. Sam could see the open doors of the elevator ahead. A plan formed. It was risky, but at least it was an option. Finding an exit on the ground floor would be easiest, as long as he could lose his tail. Sam stopped for a brief moment at the edge of the open shaft, then jumped, landing on the top of the elevator below. Moving in the semi-darkness of the shaft, he quickly felt for the release handle of the emergency hatch, then looked up at the open space above him. If they caught up to him now, he would be nothing more than a sitting duck. Shouts grew louder. Sam jumped through the open hatch to the bottom of the elevator, ready to sprint through the half-open doors. But he was too slow. A figure dropped down through the open hatch above him. Sam stumbled backward, blocking the man's first punch with his hand. A second swing hit Sam squarely in the jaw. He struck back, aiming for the man's Adam's apple, while pain radiated through his own head and neck. Sam managed another punch before the hooded man slammed him against the back wall of the elevator, knocking the breath out of him. Adrenaline soared, lungs burned, as Sam fought to catch his breath. He could hear shouts from above him, getting closer. But a third punch, and the man lay still. Sam glanced up at the roof of the elevator and heard the shouts of the other men. Blood seeped through his pant leg, but he couldn't stop now. He heard another gunshot as he fled down the corridor, then left toward what he hoped was the exit. He could hear the loud thuds of men jumping one by one into the elevator shaft. It wouldn't be long until they caught up to him again, and he was nothing more than a target. He followed the signs, barely visible in the semi-darkness, to what once had been the reception area of the mall offices. Today, there was nothing left but a pile of trash in the corner, a few dead plants, and the overwhelming smell of mold from water leaks. Behind the long desk was another door that led to a narrow hallway lined with offices. Picking up his pace, Sam jogged down a maze of short hallways, then stopped. The door to the outside was locked. Shouts from behind him grew louder as they breached the door to the reception. Sam's chest heaved. It was too late to turn around. No way to go forward. He was trapped. A wave of fatigue flooded through Sam, knowing he had nowhere to run. He'd done his best trying to outmaneuver them the past 5 days. He'd even managed to lose their tail at one point, but they'd somehow managed to pick it up again. And now, this was where it was going to end. Closing his eyes, he could see Rebecca. So clearly, it almost felt as if she were here with him. And yet, more than anyone else, she'd betrayed him. "If you want to live, come with me, now," the boy whispered. Sam opened his eyes and grabbed for the figure, then paused. It was the boy who'd taken his backpack. Sam's bag was slung over the boy's shoulder, but the stolen content was the least of his problems at the moment. "Now," the boy repeated. It was just a matter of time until they found him. Still, he hesitated. Deciding to trust the boy, Sam nodded, then followed him down a short hallway to the locked door. The boy pulled out a keychain, slipped one inside the lock, then shoved open the door. Sunlight blinded him. Weeds and brush dotted the empty parking lot, covering the former empty spaces. There was no time to ask for an explanation, as the boy locked the door behind him, then motioned Sam to follow him. Sam glanced back as they darted across the empty lot, then picked up his pace past a row of derelict fast food places. A few people pushed shopping carts with what was probably all their worldly possessions, but there was no sign of the men after them. "Hold on." He gripped the young man's shoulder as they moved into the shade, then turned him around. "What's your name?" The boy hesitated. "Zach." "Do you have family around here? We need to keep going. They're going to realize you left the mall. Not till you finish answering my questions. Where's your family?" The boy's frown deepened. "I'm not from here. My family was traveling to Colorado to ski when the grid went down." "What happened to him?" Sam's voice softened. There was a fire in the middle of the night at the hotel where we were staying." Zach kicked a rock with the toe of his shoe. "Someone started a fire in their room to stay warm. It spread, and the grid was down, so there was no 911 or fire department to respond." Sam answered for him, not missing the pain in the boy's eyes. Zach just nodded. "Why did you come back to help me?" Sam asked. "I would have been shot if you hadn't pushed me out of the way and told me to run. Most people wouldn't do that." "Where are you from?" "San Antonio." "Why did you steal my pack?" Zach pushed back his shoulders, trying to justify his skinny form. "To survive." "By attacking people?" "What do you expect me to do? It's that or starve." Sam's shoulders slumped. He had no response. What was the kid supposed to do? He held out his hand. "Give me my bag." Zach hesitated. "Just give it to me." Sam grabbed the bag, unzipped the top, then pulled out an apple and some jerky and handed it to the boy. "How long has it been since you've eaten anything?" Zach shrugged. 3, 4 days? I don't know. Have you thought about going home? Surely you have family there." The boy stared at the ground. "I kept waiting for all this to end. And then," he just shrugged. "I don't know. Eventually it seemed easier to stay." "Do you want to come with me?" Sam asked the question before thinking. "We're not far from the Texas border. I'll make sure you get home." The boy looked conflicted as he glanced back at the mall. "My friends are here. They count on me, and they've got my back." Sam weighed his options, wondering if he were getting in over his head. He couldn't linger here for long, and being responsible for someone else was going to make things difficult and slow him down. The conversation he'd had with Rebecca flooded through him. "You can't save everybody. Sometimes you have to let people go." Maybe that was true, but shedding the guilt was easier said than done. And that wasn't the only problem he was facing. Unless he found medical care for the wound on his thigh and enough food and water, he wasn't going to make it far. "Are you sure?" Sam asked, still not wanting to leave the boy. "Yeah. Thanks anyway." "Wait," Sam said, as the boy started to walk away. He dug inside his bag and pulled out the rest of the food he had stashed inside and handed it to Zach. The boy took the food, then hesitated. "You going to be okay?" "I'll be fine." Zach nodded, stuffed the food in his coat pockets, then slipped around a row of abandoned cars and was gone. Sam waited until the boy disappeared to start moving again in the direction of the warehouse, and hopefully his horse. It was going to be dark soon, and he needed to find somewhere safe to sleep for the night. A group he'd traveled with in the beginning had discovered the benefits of bartering skills in exchange for food and shelter. It was the one chance he had to make it back home to Shadow Ridge. He'd learned a lot over the past year and wasn't afraid of hard work. He'd built a root cellar, butchered livestock, tanned deer skins, and dug more than one well. He would survive, unless the hunters found him. If they found him, there would be no mercy. He'd seen what the hunters did to men who'd done far less than he was being accused of. It wouldn't matter if he was innocent. Chapter 2. 1 week later. Darkness had closed in around Sam by the time he reached the outskirts of Shadow Ridge on horseback. The McQuaid River Ranch was a stunning blend of canyons, mountains, and desert, much of which was still untamed. Sam slowed down as he approached the 2-story ranch house that had been in the McQuaid family for generations. He hadn't expected the deep wave of emotions that engulfed him. Just like he hadn't expected to spend the past year out of communication with his family. The reality was, he had no idea what he'd find. A year ago, his father had been the chief of police in the small West Texas town he'd fought for so long to leave. Today, it was the place he was risking it all to return to. Its remoteness had once meant that most 911 calls had gone directly to his father, and backup was at least 40 miles away. He tried to ignore the barrage of memories surfacing, knowing that nothing would be the same. Morgan's Diner, Grady's grocery store, the Hart's Theater. He breathed in deeply, trying to shake the anxiety. He'd missed the diverse landscapes, with its forested mountains and miles of desert. And like Colorado, where he'd moved to 4 years ago, living outdoors was a way of life. He'd traveled from Colorado all the way to West Texas, only to discover that the situation was the same across the country. No electricity, no cell phones, and no fuel. And still, nothing but rumors and conspiracy theories as to why the grid went down. People had started taking the law into their own hands. Crime had risen. Gangs preyed on the vulnerable. And for some, they let their moral judgment shift, dependent on the circumstances. Sam could hear voices and see the flickering of yellow lights from candles and lanterns inside the house his grandfather had built. He dismounted from his horse, then started walking to the house. The front veranda allowed a panoramic view of the mountains and the sunset that would soon fade into darkness. It had been one of his mother's favorite places. He couldn't count how many times they'd sat out there together, talking about life and dreams. He missed her. He missed all of them. Someone stepped through the accordion doors that opened up to the outside. "Identify yourself!" they shouted. Sam's heart stopped. "Tess? Sam?" He watched as Tess tore off the veranda, ran, and jumped into his arms. He knew he smelled of dirt and musk and sweat, but she didn't seem to notice. She pulled him into a big hug. "Boy, I've missed you," Sam said, holding her tight, before noticing the man who'd come out of the house behind her. "Who's this?" "Kellen Gray." Tess took a step back, but still held on to Sam's hand. "A friend. He works with Jason Levi." "Who else is here?" he asked. Tess's smile faded. "A lot's changed, Sam. For all of us. That's why I'm here." Sam took a step back and looked toward the yellow lights flickering in the windows. "Is Dad here?" Tess glanced at Kellen, then dropped her hands to her sides.
Yes, but I think you better come inside and sit down.
His fear of going inside was momentarily delayed by a nudge against his leg. Ranger! Hey, buddy! Sam dropped down and nuzzled the German Shepherd's thick coat. You remember me, don't you? Without a doubt. Sam looked up at the familiar voice and caught his father's broad smile. Garrett McQuaid's hair had gone completely gray, and he now walked with a limp. He'd also lost weight. Too much weight. Son, you don't know how glad I am to see you. His father pulled Sam into a hug, then ushered him into the house. Come on inside. I know we've got a lot to catch up on, but you've got to be hungry. I've prayed every day that God would bring you back home. And he finally has. Yes, he has. But it looks like I interrupted a celebration. Sam stopped in the doorway of the dining room, where the large table was filled with familiar faces. We try to keep our Sunday tradition of eating together. It was Sunday. Funny, he should have known what day it was. His mother had always insisted they gather as a family, anyone who was in town, after church for a meal. And she'd always made it worthwhile. Some of his fondest memories had been made here, eating roast beef, potatoes, and homemade rolls, while catching up on the week. Man, he'd miss them. He didn't even try to push back the emotions as his family crowded around him. He expected his siblings to be here. He had missed his flight to his parents' 40th anniversary, the event that was supposed to bring all of them together for the weekend before Christmas last year. Instead, it had been a year of not being able to tell them he was okay. A year of not seeing them, or knowing if they were okay. The distance had taken a toll with both regret that he'd missed that flight, and guilt he hadn't left sooner. But neither would change the situation. At least he was here now. Levi stepped up to him first, pulling Sam back to the present. Leave it to you to be the prodigal son. Boy, it's good to see you, Sam. It is so good to see you too, Sam said, taking in his younger brother. You haven't changed at all. Levi smiled, then shifted his gaze to the blonde beauty Sam vaguely remembered. Some things have. Sam searched his memories. Ava, right? She nodded and looked to Levi, who had his hand resting protectively on her arm. I guess I have a lot of catching up to do, Sam said. We all do. But first, come give me a hug. His sister Hope stepped up in front of him, her dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. I have waited so long for this day. I have so many questions for you, Sam said, breathing in her vanilla and lemon-scented hair. I know you came to take over Dr. Goodman's practice, but your workload now has to be incredible. I know this wasn't what you expected. It's not what any of us expected. Her smile broadened as she squeezed his hands. But I have a lot of help, and somehow we manage. He noticed the fatigue in her eyes, and how thin she'd become. He'd always been so proud of her. When she'd first told him that she had decided to move back to Shadow Ridge, he'd been surprised. She'd worked as a family practitioner in Grapevine, Texas, and had always said she'd never return here to the middle of nowhere. Even before the grid went down, one hospital out here often covered dozens of square miles. There were no specialists or drug chains nearby. Prescriptions were delivered by Greyhound bus. There was no next-day delivery, and the pay didn't make up for any of the frustrations. The grid going down had to make a difficult situation feel impossible. You look great, he said. And you look awful, she laughed, and gave him another hug. He looked down at his clothes that hadn't been washed for days, knowing his overgrown beard and hair needed far more than a trim. "I'm surprised anyone recognized me," he said. "What about Chase?" Sam looked around the room for the man his sister had been dating the last time he'd spoken to her. They'd been high school sweethearts, until Hope had moved away. Moving back to Shadow Ridge had not only established her as the town's only doctor, but had given her and the town's one police officer a second chance on love. Unless they'd ended their relationship. Hope took a step back, and the fatigue he noticed earlier in her eyes darkened.
He was doing a prisoner transport when the grid went down. He never made it back.
Hope, I'm so sorry. She shook her head.
It's okay. I've learned, am learning, that all we can do is take life one day at a time. Besides, today's a day to celebrate.
Sam squeezed Hope's hand, then turned to Jace. His older brother had been in the military, but he'd lost the buzz cut he'd typically always worn. He pulled his brother into a big bear hug. A little boy, 5 or 6, with a bright smile, tugged on Sam's coat.
"Jace is going to be my new dad."
"Wow, really?" Sam turned back to his brother. "That's wonderful." Jace wrapped his arm around Morgan's waist. "We think so." "I really have missed a lot," Sam said. "When's the wedding?" "Soon." Jace and Morgan spoke in unison. Sam felt the tension he'd felt earlier slowly begin to dissipate as his family pressed in around him. "And Tess?" His youngest sister pulled him into a hug, then stepped back, still holding his hands. "The last time I saw you, you were in school."
"I'm teaching art at the studio behind the book nook. And I'm guessing Kellen isn't just a friend?"
A blush swept across her face.
"No. He just started working here in Shadow Ridge. He was actually the sheriff's deputy in Van Horn."
"It's nice to finally meet you," Kellen said, shaking Sam's hand. "It's nice to meet you as well," Sam said. "Where did the two of you meet?"
"We met, well..."
A blush swept across Tess's face.
"That's a long story, for another day."
"A story I want to hear."
"But..."
Sam glanced around the long table in the center of the familiar room. Nothing had really changed, except for the addition of lanterns for light, and a new makeshift overhead chandelier with lit candles. His mother's favorite dark blue dishes were still displayed in the hutch, and a row of family photos hung in black frames on the wall. "Where's Mom?" The room fell silent. Tess's smile faded. Garrett McQuaid squeezed his son's shoulder from behind, then stepped in front of him. "I'm sorry, son, but your mother's gone. She was killed in a car accident the day the grid went down." Sam's heart felt the surge of adrenaline. His chest tightened, and he couldn't think, couldn't process his father's words. How could his mother have died a year ago, and he hadn't even known? Sam stumbled toward the empty chair someone had pulled out for him. "God, I knew things were going to be different, but not this. Please, not this." Tess knelt down in front of him and grasped his hands.
"I know this is a lot to take in. I'm so sorry."
Sam's lungs let out a labored whoosh of air. Somehow, the only way he'd been able to keep going was to imagine that nothing had changed, that his mom and dad would be here. Hope would have taken over the clinic. Tess would still be here, along with his brothers. He should have known. He'd seen the emptiness in his father's eyes.
the layer of tension in the air he'd tried to ignore. "Tell me what happened that weekend." Sam fought to lift the fog swirling around him. "Everything." "Levi, Jace, and I got into town Thursday afternoon." Tess's words came with a fresh wave of emotion. "We had a family dinner at Morgan's Diner that night, and finished planning for Friday's anniversary party. When I heard Dad was trying to hunt down a couple of fugitives Friday morning, alone, I went out to try and help," Jay said. "When I found Dad, he'd been shot." "That's when the grid went down," Levi said. "Hope said it was a miracle." Tess pulled out a chair and sat down next to him. "Another couple of inches to the left, and the bullet would have hit Dad's heart. Instead, she was able to repair most of the damage, but it has affected nerve endings to his leg." "And Mom?" Sam still couldn't accept she wasn't here. "I need to know what happened." "She was heading back to the ranch when the grid went down. The stoplight in town went out, and she was hit by a semi on Waters Road. She died on impact." There was only one stoplight in town. One stoplight. Why did you let this happen, God? He'd missed seeing her one last time. Missed her funeral. Missed grieving with his father and siblings. The town voted early on that Jace and Levi, the only ones in town with law enforcement experience, take over until Dad was back on his feet, Hope said, sitting down on the other side of him. "They've managed to do an amazing job." Sam stared at the chipped plate in front of him. 5 minutes ago, he'd been famished. Now, he had zero appetite. How could it feel like he'd just been here? That no time had passed since he'd left? He'd always complained that there was nothing to do in the small West Texas town. But now he'd do anything to return to that place in time, before everything had changed. Roadside barbecue and watermelons in the summer. Morgan's Diner for pie, and weekend movies with his friends. Knowing his mother could walk into the room at any moment. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't process what they just told him. "Sam, you're bleeding." He tried to focus on Hope's voice. "Sam?" He looked down where he'd been shot. The wound had broken open. "It's nothing. Just a graze from a bullet a few weeks ago. It's healing." "Sam, a bullet? What in the world?" "And it's not healed," Hope said. "It's got to be taken care of now. If something like this gets infected." "Can you treat him here, or do you need to take him to the clinic?" Sam glanced up and saw Margaret for the first time, a retired nurse who had been friends with his parents. "You should have everything we need here," Hope said. "Something to sterilize this with? Some scissors? We may not have to go into town." "I'll get what we have," Margaret said, slipping out of the room. Margaret's been a lifesaver between my physical therapy sessions and her cooking. His father still stood next to him. "I'm not sure I'd have made it through everything without her." Grief somehow shifted to anger at his dad's admission. No matter how ridiculous it sounded, he couldn't deal with another woman coming in and taking his mother's place. Hope took the first aid kit from Margaret and started cutting through his jeans where there was a hole and matted blood. He winced, but the emotional pain felt far more real than his physical pain. Jace sat down across from him at the table and leaned forward. "What's going on, Sam? Who shot you?" Sam winced as Hope put some kind of liquid on the wound. Everyone was sitting down now, waiting intently for his response. "I was making my way down the red corridor." "What's that?" Jace asked. "It's..." Sam gripped the seat of his chair with both hands.
It seemed so strange that they'd had such different experiences over the past year. The grid going down had affected everyone.
"It's bad out there," he said finally. "They've lost count of how many people have died trying to get to family or to find food. Crosses marking the dead are lined up along what used to be Highway 25. There are dozens of them between here and Colorado, and that's just a small part of what's going on across the country. But now that I'm here, I need your help." "Jace is the law around here now," Levi said, studying Sam's face. "I work with him full-time, along with a few part-time officers. We're stretched thin, but whatever you need, we can help."
"He's right," Jay said. "If you're in trouble."
"There's a group of bounty hunters after me."
"Bounty hunters?" Sam's father caught his gaze.
"Why are they after you?" "They want to bring me in for murder."
Chapter 3. 18 days earlier. Sam had felt uneasy all day, and the dots of white crosses lining the red corridor the past few weeks didn't help. He'd hoped to have been in Texas before winter hit, but instead they'd been slowed down by one complication after another. Traveling in a group might have the advantage of safety in numbers, but it had also slowed them down tremendously. He flipped shut the road atlas he'd been studying and tried to stretch out the kinks in his neck. While he hated the delay, he knew they'd never make it to the next town by nightfall, which left them setting up camp off the highway. Interstate 25 was the main thoroughfare between Colorado and New Mexico. It had also become one of the most dangerous routes. The Red Corridor was known for its band of thieves who robbed travelers, especially those who were traveling alone. Most of the towns they'd gone through had been good at letting them sleep in local church buildings or schools, making them feel safer. But it was always temporary. Today they'd taken an offshoot of the highway, hoping that the coming darkness would give them an extra layer of protection. But he wasn't going to feel safe until they made it to the next town.
"Sam?"
He stood up and turned around. Solomon Obi offered him a cup of coffee, freshly made on the fire pit. The older man was a dynamic pastor, originally from Nigeria, who'd been visiting an old friend when the grid went down. He was hoping to get back to his wife and 3 daughters before another Christmas passed.
"You okay?"
Solomon asked. Sam took a sip of the offered hot coffee, hoping it eased his anxiety. He hadn't asked to take over as leader of their group. Hadn't wanted to, in fact. But now, with the responsibility of ensuring the safety of the caravan on his shoulders, he had to make sure that every decision made was the best for the group.
"I'd rather be closer to town,"
Sam said finally, speaking his concerns out loud.
"We're too vulnerable out here. We can set up extra guards tonight on the ridges."
Sam turned as Charlie, his best friend from college and his right-hand man on this trip, spoke.
"Agreed. And you need to get some sleep," Charlie added. "How's Kayla?" he asked, ignoring Charlie's second suggestion. "I'm worried about her. I haven't been able to get her to eat. She's losing weight."
Sam blew out a sharp huff of air, not surprised at the news.
"The closest town is still a few miles south, but I think your family needs to think about staying until after the baby's born. It's not a large town, but the sheriff's department is there, and they should have medical resources. It's just too uncertain with her pregnancy to keep up this pace."
Charlie's brow furrowed as he glanced back at where his wife was sitting with a couple of the other women.
"I know you're right, but I'm not sure she'll agree. She's the one who pushed me to make this trip. I thought we could do it, but then finding out she was pregnant."
Sam read the frustration in his friend's expression. He'd been Charlie's best man at their wedding, and was the godfather of their 5-year-old son, Asher. But with risks starting to outweigh the benefits, a part of him regretted agreeing to help them make this trip. And as much as he was ready to be with his family in Shadow Ridge, he was beginning to believe that the only answer was for all of them to stay put for the rest of the winter. So far, the weather had been fairly mild, but they'd already lost one couple. Henry and Beatrice White had been in their mid-60s and in good shape, but the trip had proven to be too much for them. It wasn't ideal, but they'd found a small community along the highway who'd agreed to let them stay in an abandoned house. Henry had carpentry skills and was putting them to use in exchange for food, but Sam worried about leaving them with no friends or family. Sam shifted his thoughts back to the present. "Have Tony and Hiram made it back yet?" "Not yet." Charlie shoved his hands into his pockets. "But the second team has. Said they hadn't seen any signs that we were being followed." "That's good." "You need to eat something," Solomon said. Sam looked up at the older man. Apparently, Charlie wasn't the only person worried about him. "The women are cooking some chili over the fire," Solomon said. "I'll bring you both some." Solomon was gone before Sam had a chance to respond. "He's a good man. We're blessed to have him." Sam rubbed the back of his neck, trying again to erase the tension. He wished he was just being paranoid, but he knew he wasn't. They'd left Denver with 4 wagons full of supplies, including food and camping equipment, plus half a dozen horses. They'd hunted and fished as they went, trading in towns for what they needed. But he knew they had enough cargo to be a temptation to the wrong people. They'd been strategic choosing the group. Most were people who had been away for the holidays and had been unable to return home after the grid went down. Most had skills they hoped would be beneficial in exchange for goods. He just prayed that their planning had been enough. Now, all he could do was go with his gut that avoiding the checkpoints and staying off the main road was the right decision. He touched his sidearm, wishing it gave him the extra reassurance he needed. "It seems strange to be here again, but it's just as beautiful as I remember," Charlie said. Sam glanced at the tree-lined Rio Grande from the edge of the ravine where they stood, the snow-fed river that originated in South Colorado and eventually flowed out of the Gulf of Mexico. But tonight, even the beauty of the slow-flowing water wasn't enough to calm his nerves. "My father's late brother was from New Mexico, and we used to go river rafting down the Rio Grande every summer when we came to visit him." Charlie shoved his hands into his pockets and shook his head. "Now, 2 years later, my father's gone, and I'm traveling with my young son and pregnant wife in a wagon across the country." It was a scenario none of them could have ever anticipated. "Uncle Sam?" Sam turned around at the nickname that never failed to amuse him and smiled at Asher, Charlie and Kayla's son. Sam bent down next to Asher and the boy's bull mastiff, Cooper, that was tagging along. "I almost forgot something." "What's that?" Asher asked. "Remember I told you that my father has a German shepherd?" Asher's grin widened. "Ranger." Sam pulled something out of his pocket. "I made this knotted rope for Cooper, thinking that the 2 of you might have fun with it. Ranger used to love these." "Cool," Asher said, taking the gift. "What do you say, son?" Charlie asked. "Thank you," Asher said, before throwing the rope for Cooper to fetch, then tearing after him. "He never slows down, does he?" Sam asked. "Never. You'd think that all the walking we do would wear the 2 of them out, but he still seems full of energy at the end of the day." Charlie laughed as he watched his son run with Cooper. "You know,
You're going to make a great father one day." Sam turned back to the never-ending flow of the Rio Grande, trying to find peace from its calming beauty. "That requires finding a wife, and I haven't exactly done well in that department. You never know. I've seen you talking quite a bit with Madeline on this trip." Sam let out a low groan at his friend's obvious implications. "She's a sweet girl, and a good friend, but it will never be more than that, and I've made sure she knows that." Charlie laughed. "Can't blame a guy for trying." "How are you doing?" Sam asked, shifting the conversation. "Questioning my decisions." Charlie let out a sharp huff of air. "I knew this was going to be rough, but now that Kayla's pregnant again, with morning sickness, it's getting harder for her to keep track of Asher. I'm just wondering if we should have tried to make a go of it in Colorado, instead of trying to get back to Texas." Sam nodded, understanding all too well his friend's anxiety. "I think sometimes all you can do is make the best choice you can in the moment, and don't look back. Honestly, I worry about my decisions every time we stop for the night, every time we look at the route ahead, every time we stop in a new town. You've done a great job so far. Your search and rescue training has really paid off." Sam shrugged off the compliment. "Never imagined using it this way. People are getting tired, though. Temperatures have dropped, and because it's taken us longer, we're running low on supplies. I'm worried." Charlie shoved his hands into his pockets, then rocked back on his heels. "Maybe you're right, and we should all find a town to settle in until spring. It wouldn't be easy, but we could do it." Sam had wrestled with that question over and over. Most towns didn't want to absorb a big group. They would need help with shelter and food, and with the growing season over, he wasn't sure it would work. But he also wasn't sure they were going to make it if they continued pushing on to Texas. "Part of me feels like we're so close at this point, it would be a shame to stop," Charlie said finally. "But like you, I'm worried." "What does the doc say?" "He's keeping an eye on her. There's not a lot he can do." Sam zipped up his jacket as the wind picked up, thankful that at least the snow had held off. "I keep thinking about those who traveled across the Rockies a couple centuries ago, and honestly, I can't even imagine how they did it. We have better supplies, roads, and towns we can stop in." "I've thought the same thing," Charlie said. "Makes you think twice when you want to complain." Sam yawned as a wave of fatigue washed over his achy body. "You need to take the first shift sleeping tonight," Charlie said. "I'm fine." Sam started to argue, but Charlie squeezed his shoulder. "You don't have to be Superman. You've done an incredible job keeping us alive. We all knew it was a risk when we left, but you're not getting enough sleep or enough food, and it's going to start taking its toll on you physically." Sam forced a smile, but he knew Charlie was right. "I appreciate you. You've been my rock this entire trip." "What can I do for you right now?" Charlie asked. "Just make sure everyone knows the plan we laid out, in case of an attack." "Will do." He hoped the warnings weren't becoming too commonplace. So far, they'd only had trouble a few times with some drunks who tried to steal their horses. But Sam knew that the risk of organized bandits was still very real. And this was the exact situation he'd wanted to avoid. Off the beaten path, far from the next town. He was struggling to settle his mind, struggling to handle the constant worry. Charlie was right, though. The lack of sleep was starting to take its toll. All he could do now was get some sleep, and pray God kept them safe another night. Sam had no idea how long he'd been asleep when Charlie shook him. He jumped to his feet
wide awake.
"Max is back from scouting north of here," Charlie blurted out. "There's a group of armed men heading this way."
"How much time do we have?" Sam asked, zipping up his jacket.
5 minutes, at the most."
That was all Sam needed to hear. They'd prepared for this type of situation, always having an escape route that could be guarded, with everyone having a specific assignment. Tent zippers opened as people quickly grabbed essential items, then headed toward the access point they'd arranged ahead of time. Those who could shoot took their places to defend the camp. He'd ensured everyone knew exactly where to go and counted on them to follow his instructions. They decided from the very beginning that their lives were not worth their material things if it came down to a choice of the wagons or their lives. But that didn't mean they wouldn't fight back. They needed the supplies in the wagons to get them through the rest of the trip. And while they could supplement some goods in the towns they went through, they would never be able to stock up again with what they had now. Kayla ran up to them in the middle of the chaos, her swollen belly obvious in the moonlight.
"I can't find Asher or Cooper."
Sam signaled at Charlie. "Help your wife get down the ravine, and make sure everyone stays as quiet as possible. I'll find Asher and the dog." Sam moved to the edge of the camp they'd set up, listening for Cooper's distinctive bark above the rustling movement of the camp. He knew there was only one reason Asher would leave the camp without permission, and that was if Cooper had run off. Unfortunately, the boy had chosen the worst moment possible to disobey his father. Sam paused at the sound of a dog barking, then headed south through the trees they'd chosen for cover. The sliver of moonlight shining above him was barely enough to light the path, but he couldn't risk turning on a flashlight. He pressed through another couple 100 feet, then stopped again, listening for Cooper's bark. Nothing. Where were they? The sound of snapping branches caught Sam's attention. He shifted to his right, walked another dozen feet through the trees, then froze at the sight of Asher's orange shirt. A man wearing a mask had a hold on him from behind and was dragging him and another boy, Oliver Jacobs, deeper into the trees. Sam pulled out his weapon and shouted at the man to let the boys go. "No, you stay where you are," the man said, pulling out his own weapon and holding it against Asher's head. "If you do anything stupid, I'll shoot one of the boys." "There's no reason to hurt him," Sam said, trying to decipher what his best move was. "You can have whatever you want. Just let them go." "You have no leverage, and I'm not interested in a negotiation. There's more of us. We're armed, and we'll take whatever we want, including the boys." Sam studied the small moonlit clearing. There was no sign of the other men, which meant they must have already made it to the camp. But while he might be able to take the man down in a fight, he couldn't risk Asher and Oliver's lives. Sam heard the dog before he saw him. Cooper jumped and grabbed the man's arm, almost knocking him over. Sam shouted at the boys to run, took aim at the man, then hesitated. He couldn't risk missing. The other man's gun went off. A fiery burning sensation sliced through Sam's thigh. He stumbled backward, while his mind fought to process the situation. He felt the side of his leg, hoping it was just a flesh wound. But it was wet and sticky. The pain hit next. He pushed down the panic. He needed to keep moving. Needed to find the boys. Sam quickly moved out of the line of fire behind some trees, then grabbed a bandana from his pocket. The man's shadowy figure had been burned into his memory. Army fatigues, a ski mask, white scar above his eye, and a tattoo on his right hand. The pain intensified as he tied the bandana around his thigh, trying to slow down the bleeding. The man who'd shot him was gone. But where were the boys? He searched the shadows of the thickly wooded area, listening for Cooper. Instead, he heard men's voices, shouting from the direction of the camp, followed by a volley of gunshots. But he couldn't worry about what was happening there. He'd done everything he could to train the men and women to defend themselves. A wave of nausea passed through him. His head felt light, like he was going to pass out. But he couldn't let them take the boys. His leg throbbed. His heart pounded. He closed his eyes, biting back the pain, then gave in to the darkness. Chapter 4. Sierra County, New Mexico. Sheriff Rebecca Holt hadn't slept for almost 24 hours. The last few days had somehow felt more exhausting than normal. Her deputies had been involved in multiple arrests for burglary and assault, and then last night, a house fire had taken a family of 4, all within the city limits. Reports coming in from the rest of the county were no better, as lawlessness continued to escalate. Staying ahead of crime over the past year had been extremely draining, and she was tired of always feeling like she was on the defense. But the reality was, with no way to communicate instantly with her deputies, her job of protecting a county made up of 4,000+ square miles in southwestern New Mexico was next to impossible. Farmers and homeowners couldn't watch their property and crops around the clock, which meant there were always lawbreakers ready to take advantage of that. She'd done her best to ensure that neighborhoods were patrolled, and most farmers had hired extra security in exchange for food and shelter. But it was never enough to stop the crime trickling through the county. Still, as impossible as it seemed, she had no plans to walk away. Every day she woke up more determined to do her job. Maybe it was simply the inherited stubbornness from her mother her father always teased her about. But it was a responsibility she'd signed up for. She pushed her chair back from her desk, stood up, and tried to stretch out the tension in her neck that had given her a headache. She'd sat too long, and the lantern lighting the paperwork she'd been going through had strained her eyes and given her a headache. But physical pain wasn't always the worst kind of pain. She knew the statistics all too well. Law enforcement officers had higher rates of depression, PTSD, and anxiety than the general population. Their suicide rate was higher than dying in the line of duty, and yet, at the same time, they were required to be at peak performance at all times. That balance was something she'd struggled with even before the grid went down. Staying emotionally and mentally stable today was even more demanding. She did her best to utilize positive coping mechanisms, but the stress was relentless. She closed the paperwork she'd been working on, stretched a rubber band around it, and slipped it back into the pile of active cases. They might no longer have computers and technology to help them stay organized, but that had just meant implementing a new system. Or, in reality, putting back in place the old systems before dispatching systems, interagency collaboration, and technology had been available. It was like they'd suddenly been transported back to the Dark Ages. Rebecca frowned at the thought. The large room she was in had once been the bustling bullpen in the middle of the sheriff's department. Tonight, the lantern flickering on her desk was the only source of light. She had to wear extra layers and sometimes gloves in the drafty building that no longer had central heat. But like everyone else, she'd simply had to adapt. Resources were stretched as well. Her deputies who'd stayed on worked hard, primarily because they cared about their communities and knew that without them, there would be no chance to stay ahead of the criminals. Most of the clerical duties she'd held before, like warrants, complaints, patrol logs, and hiring, had completely shifted. Now most of her time was spent out in the field, helping to come up with practical ways of continuing to keep the county safe and criminals at bay, while providing frequent training sessions. They might be isolated with limited resources, but she was going to do everything in her power to ensure they were prepared for whatever hit them. Most days, though, felt as if they were simply on the defense and barely making an impact.
"Sheriff Holt, we've got a situation."
Rebecca turned around as one of her deputies, Jeremy Ferguson, stepped into the room holding up a solar-charged light. At 27, she knew he'd once had his sights set on working for the FBI in a big city back east. Now it looked as if that would never happen.
"I'm on my way home for some much-needed sleep," she said,
grabbing her coat off the back of the chair.
"Unless you absolutely have to involve me, you'll have to take care of it yourself tonight."
"Hey." Jeremy set his light down on the table next to her, casting long shadows on the walls.
"You okay?"
"Yeah." She pinched the bridge of her nose with her fingertips, regretting the outburst.
"I'm sorry. It's just been a long day."
"There's been an attack a couple miles east of here," Jeremy said. "A caravan traveling south. Someone heard gunshots, went to check out what was going on, then came into town to report it. At least 2 are dead. I sent Langley and Hayes there, and sent someone to contact Wilson and Amos. I figured you would want to know." She blew out a sharp breath, then dropped her jacket back onto the chair, trying to shake off the fatigue of what was proven to be another sleepless night. It was never over. Not in this new reality. But what was another couple of hours of missed sleep? She could always catch up tomorrow. Rebecca arrived on horseback with Jeremy at the makeshift camp 30 minutes later. The caravan had set their tents up in a circle in a partially secluded clearing that was surrounded by trees, close to the Rio Grande and off the main road. Growing up, she'd spent lazy summers near here, floating down the river with her family and friends, or fishing with her father on the nearby Elephant Butte Lake. That was back when southwest New Mexico had brought in tourists for its rugged wilderness, destination towns, and natural hot springs. A fire flickered in the middle of a stone ring. Several of the women, with glazed expressions, sat huddled with their children trying to stay warm, while the rest of the party picked up the mess left behind from the attack. Deputy Hayes approached her with a man in his late 50s with kinky salt-and-pepper hair and a full dark beard. "This is Solomon Obie, one of the leaders of the caravan."
"I'm Sheriff Holt,"
Rebecca said, shaking the man's hand.
"I'm sorry for your loss. I know this has to be very hard for you."
"Thank you. I appreciate it. This trip was always a risk. But this is still a shock." Rebecca paused, giving the man a moment to gather his thoughts.
"If you could tell me what happened, and anything you can about the men who attacked your group, it would be helpful. We need to stop whoever did this."
The man's hand shook as he rubbed the back of his neck, clearly still rattled by the incident.
"There were 21 of us traveling together. 2 are dead, and another one injured, all shot by the intruders. The rest managed to escape by heading down the ravine, while those who could shoot put up a line of defense to hold them off."
"Looks to me like their efforts worked," Deputy Hayes said. "They were only able to get 1 of the 4 wagons."
"Do you have any idea how many attackers there were?"
Rebecca asked, taking notes while the man spoke. Solomon shook his head.
"It was dark, so it was hard to see, and I never saw any of them up close." "Did they take anything besides the wagon?" she asked. "They managed to grab several horses."
Solomon's frown deepened.
"But none of that seems to matter, considering Hiram and his son are dead. They were traveling to Austin. They didn't talk much about themselves, but I believe they had family there."
Jeremy set his hands on his hips. "They were helping to hold off the attackers?" Solomon glanced across the clearing, strung out with collapsed tents and personal items. "I don't like speaking ill of the dead, but they were always pretty cocky. Thought they could handle anything that came upon them, and didn't try to follow the rules. Found moonshine in their tents. From what I can tell, they were drunk and asleep, which is the reason we all agreed to no alcohol while traveling. We couldn't afford to let our guards down. They missed the alarm." And that decision cost the men their lives. It didn't surprise her. Before the grid went down, people killed over cell phones and cigarettes. Today, the need for food and water had become an unprecedented motivator behind crime.
"Do you believe they'd been following you?"
Rebecca asked.
"Sam was worried there might be. We stopped a couple of times for water and to let the kids rest. He talked with several people along the route and knew there'd been quite a few attacks over the past couple months."
"Who's Sam?" Rebecca asked, taking a step back to avoid a soccer ball rolling across the ground toward her.
"Sorry."
A young boy swooped it up, then carried it back to his tent.
"Sam McQuaid's the official leader of the caravan,"
Solomon said, focused again after the distraction.
"He was a firefighter and involved in search and rescue before the grid went down. We were prepared for an attack, thanks to Sam. Sam is missing, along with my son and another boy."
Rebecca turned around as another man, younger than Solomon by at least 20 years, approached them.
"And you are?"
"Charlie Ramsey.
Sam and I have been friends for years, but—"
His voice broke at an uneven pitch.
"If anything happens to him or Asher—"
"Whoa," Rebecca said, holding up her hands.
"I need you to slow down. Who's Asher?"
Charlie took a deep breath, but his hands were still shaking at his sides.
"My son. When the alarm sounded, I grabbed my pregnant wife and Asher and headed toward the rendezvous point." "Okay. What happened after that?" "Sam was doing what Sam does best, organizing chaos, making sure that everybody did exactly what they were told. But somehow, in the middle of all the noise, my wife and I were separated from Asher." "Do you have any idea where he might have gone?"
Rebecca asked.
"We have our bull mastiff, Cooper, traveling with us. My wife couldn't stand the thought of leaving him behind, and we thought he might help with the safety in the camp. Asher's also very attached to him. In all the confusion, Cooper ran off. I'm sure Asher went after him, but I just don't know where. And then I just found out that Oliver Jacobs is missing as well." "Do you have reason to believe the boys are together?" she asked. "I don't know." "Okay. How old are the boys?"
Charlie's jaw tightened.
"Asher is 6, and Oliver is 9. His parents are over there by the blue tent."
Rebecca rested her hand on the man's arm.
"I want you to stay with your wife and make sure she's okay. We're going to find them."
She waited until Charlie walked away before turning back to the deputies and Solomon.
"We need to set up a search right now."
"Agreed," Jeremy said.
"But we're limited on manpower. Langley and Wilson are following the attackers' tracks, leaving us with 4 deputies, including myself." "We can help," Solomon said.
Rebecca nodded her thanks, then turned back to Jeremy.
"We can assign 1 deputy to stay with the women and children. The rest of us will search for Sam and the missing boys."
She grabbed her backpack, quickly set up a search grid, and started handing out assignments to the group.
"What about flashlights?" Solomon asked. "There's always the chance they double back and try to take the other wagons."
His concerns were valid, but they needed to find the boys and get the group to town as soon as possible.
"It's a risk we'll have to take, but without light, it's going to be all but impossible to find them. Deputy Ferguson will hand out whistles. 3 bursts when you find them. A second 3 bursts if you need assistance to get them back to the camp."
A minute later, after further instructions, they spread out from the camp in search of Sam and the missing children. Rebecca's mind shifted through the last hour as she started following her assigned grid line with her solar-powered flashlight into the forested darkness. A stranded caravan meant more mouths to feed for the town, more resources taken up. But she couldn't worry about that right now. They'd helped travelers before, and they'd do it again with this party. Instead of worrying, she tried going through the facts as she knew them. Sam McQuaid had chosen the perfect location for the group of travelers. There was a ridge providing a lookout from the camp, as well as a quick escape route down the ravine, if needed. Because of his preparation, Sam had been helping to get everyone to safety when he'd offered to find Asher. But why hadn't the firemen returned? A raspy scream sounded above her. Rebecca swung her flashlight into the treetops as a red-tailed hawk flew away. She let out a sharp breath and switched her thoughts back to Sam. He'd been described as somewhat of a superhero. Fireman, search and rescue member, natural-born leader with organizational skills. He was someone she'd love to have working on her team. Someone she'd like to get to know. Rebecca pushed away the ridiculous thought. Despite her father's valiant efforts, she wasn't interested in another relationship. She'd been down that rocky road before, and she had no intentions of allowing herself another broken heart. Something snapped behind her. Rebecca turned around and peered into the semi-darkness. She wasn't normally jumpy, but fatigue, layered with stress, had her on edge. A sliver of cold wind passed through her jacket. On top of the darkness and uneven terrain, the temperatures were dropping, and she hadn't worn enough layers. She shined her flashlight in the direction of the sound. Something, or someone, was out there. She shifted the beam to the right, knowing that their lost pair might not be the only movement out there. Not only were there deer, coyotes, and bobcats in the area, the chance that the thieves would decide to double back and try to steal more supplies was a real possibility. Another snap was followed by a bark. She shifted her flashlight again, searching this time for the dog. It had to be Sam out there. A moment later, a tall figure appeared in the shadows, while the dog ran up to her.
"Hey, boy."
She petted the dog, then raised her flashlight up.
"Sam McQuaid?"
The man held up his hand to block the light.
"Yeah? Who are you?" "Sheriff Rebecca Holt. We've got a search party out looking for you and 2 boys, Asher and Oliver. There's a bunch of people who are going to be very happy you're okay."
Rebecca's anxiety mushroomed inside her gut as she noticed the blood-soaked bandana wrapped around his cargo pants. She grabbed her whistle to signal to the others that she'd found him, then moved closer to check his wound.
"It's just a graze. I can walk," Sam said. "We need to find the boys." "We will, but hold on," Rebecca said, ignoring Sam's efforts to blow off the seriousness of the injury. "Can you tell me what happened?"
Sam's frown deepened, clearly irritated by the delay.
"One of the attackers was holding the boys by gunpoint when I found him. Cooper, Asher's dog, jumped on the man, giving him a chance to run. But then the man, he shot me. After that, I don't know. I must have blacked out." "So you have no idea which way the boys ran?" "No." "There's a log over here," she said. "I want you to sit down so I can take your vitals and look at your wound." "I told you I'm fine." "I'm glad you're fine," she countered. "But a gunshot wound isn't something to take lightly."
She blew her whistle again, knowing they were going to need help. then wrapped her arm around Sam's waist. He automatically leaned his weight into her. He was taller than her by almost a foot, making it a struggle to keep him upright. She managed to get him seated, then felt his pulse. His skin was clammy, bearded face appeared pale, but his pulse was strong. She studied his face a moment longer. He wasn't handsome in the classic Hollywood pretty boy style, more the rugged type. Broad shoulders, strong hands, and his eyes. She wasn't sure what color they were. Gray? Blue? She shifted her attention to his leg. Blood had seeped through the fleshy part of his outer thigh, where the bullet had torn a hole through the pants. "Any nausea?" she asked, grabbing a first aid kit out of her bag. "A little bit." He winced as she started cutting a bigger hole around the wound with a knife out of her pack. "Maybe I'm not okay." "You seem alert, which is good. Pulse is strong, though you are a bit clammy." Rebecca replaced the bandana he'd used to help stop the bleeding with gauze and tape from the first aid kit from her pack. But she was worried about him trying to walk back to the camp. Any movement could easily start the bleeding again. "It looks as if it just grazed your leg, but that still isn't something to play around with," she said. "We're going to need to get you some medical attention above my pay grade. We have a doctor in our party, Dr. Wyatt, but we need to find the boys." "We will." She glanced up at him. "I promise. Just help me up, and I think I'll be able to walk." Rebecca frowned, but decided to give in to his wishes. Walking would get him back to the camp quicker than waiting for help, and they were going to have to move fast to find those boys. Chapter 5. Sam let her put her arm around his waist to help balance him once he'd stood up. A wave of dizziness flooded through him. He let out a soft groan of frustration, then paused again, waiting until the fog cleared. He wasn't used to needing help. He was always the one offering rescue. He took a few steps forward, forcing the pain to stay at bay. She was shorter than he was, but he could tell by her stance that she was strong. And, in order to be a sheriff, one had to be more than simply physically strong. There was the mental aspect that went along with the job, and the necessity to handle trauma. Like her, he had a job to do, finding Asher and Oliver, and he wasn't going to let a bunch of thugs derail him. A glance at Sheriff Holt told him she wasn't happy with his decision, but he needed to get back to the camp, and that meant not waiting around for help. Or maybe the brain fog was messing with his ability to make good decisions. She was clearly competent, tough, and beautiful. "From everything I've seen, you were well prepared for a raid. It made a difference," she said, breaking into his thoughts. "2 boys are missing. I wasn't prepared for that." He studied Rebecca's expression as he posed the question, needing to know what was going on. "Did anything else happen?" Rebecca hesitated with her response. "2 are dead," Rebecca said. "Hiram and his son. Another man was injured in the attack, but the wound is superficial." Sam clenched his fists as the helplessness inside his gut multiplied. "You did everything you could, Sam. This isn't on you. From what I was told, the 2 were drunk. Your plan took the raiders off guard and saved lives. I was responsible for keeping the caravan safe, and I failed." "I know how hard it is," she said, helping him maneuver around a fallen limb. "Carrying that kind of responsibility. I have a feeling you have to deal with that every day." He focused on each step across the uneven ground, pushing through the pain. Her flashlight bobbed along the path in front of them, catching snippets of the forested area that now sat in darkness beneath the overcast sky. He knew that his mental attitude was important. His job as a fireman, as well as a search and rescue worker, had taught him how to react in a disaster situation. It had also taught him how to cope with trauma, both physical and emotional. It had shown him the resilience of the human spirit. But that didn't mean it was easy. He'd learned the necessity of creating emotional boundaries that in turn allowed him to be more effective in a stressful situation.
"You doing okay?"
Rebecca asked, tightening her arm around his waist as he stumbled slightly and swayed to the left.
"I will be."
He let her hold him steady for a moment as he caught his balance, feeling as if she were helping him carry not just the burden of his physical injury, but the emotional burden as well.
"Just a few more 100 feet, and we'll be back at the camp."
His head was pounding by the time they arrived at the clearing from clenching his jaw from the pain that now radiated through his entire leg. Maybe Rebecca had been right, and they should have waited for help. But it was too late now. An armed deputy paced the perimeter, and while it looked as if most of the mess left behind from the attack had been cleaned up, one of the wagons was gone, which was a huge blow. Rebecca sat him down on a camping chair before signaling to someone to get the doctor. The caravan's doctor, an older man with wire-rimmed glasses, who had been invaluable on the trip, hurried over to them with his black medical bag.
"This is Doc Wyatt,"
Sam said, trying to keep the pain out of his voice as he made the introductions.
"The bullet grazed his thigh. I dressed the wound to stop the bleeding,"
Rebecca said, stepping back.
"He's the one who insisted on walking."
"Sounds like the Sam McQuaid I know," the doc said, squatting down in front of Sam so he could take a look at the injury.
"Looks as if you did everything right."
Sam winced as the doctor took off Rebecca's makeshift bandage.
"Bleeding's pretty much stopped,"
the doctor said, looking up at Sam.
"I'll clean the wound and redress it. But you're lucky. This could have been much worse."
"Luck had nothing to do with it," Sam said. He'd wrestled with God over the past year, wanting answers to the pain he'd witnessed around him. But he couldn't ignore how many times he'd seen God's hand working in the midst of the hardship.
"Well, you're still not out of the woods yet," the doctor said. "You've got a fever, which has me worried."
One of Rebecca's deputies walked up to them.
"Any sign of the missing boys?" she asked.
"I'm sorry, but no," the deputy said. Rebecca glanced back at Sam.
"We need to continue the search, but let's get Sam and the women and children to town. They can sleep at the church tonight."
"I'll arrange that," the deputy said.
"How far is it?"
the doctor asked.
40 minutes, at a fairly fast pace."
Doc Wyatt frowned.
"A horseback ride all the way back to town might break open the wound again. I'm sitting right here."
Sam held up his hand to pause the conversation.
"I might have to take it a bit slower, but I want to be a part of the search." "Sam, I can take him to my father's ranch,"
Rebecca spoke up, interrupting them both.
"It's closer than town, and my father used to be a medic. He could give him the medical care he needs. My men can keep searching for the boys."
Sam frowned, surprised at the invitation. He knew how inconvenient visitors were. It was hard enough to keep a family supplied with what it needed, without having to provide for an extra mouth to feed. But, if he were being honest, he knew he didn't have the strength to be out searching for the boys.
"Are you sure your father won't mind?" he asked. "I don't want to be any trouble." "It's no trouble at all. My father always enjoys company."
He didn't know if she was telling the truth, but from the way the three of them were looking at him, he knew he didn't have a choice. A couple of minutes later, The doc and the deputy helped him get settled on one of the horses next to Rebecca, who was ready to ride. "We'll take the road off the highway that cuts across my father's land," she said, taking the lead as they rode out of the camp. The land opened up after a quarter of a mile, giving them a silhouetted view of the distant mountains in the moonlight. "It's beautiful out here," Sam said. "I grew up in West Texas, but never liked the wide open spaces. Now I just miss my family and wish I were home." "Where is your family?" she asked. "Shadow Ridge." "I know the place. My father has an aunt in Fort Davis, or at least he used to. Like all of our spread-out family, I have no idea if she's alive." "It's hard, isn't it? It's been a year since I've heard from mine." "Very hard," she said. "We have a lot in common," he said finally. "How's that?" "My parents own a ranch, and my father is the police chief of a small town," he said, needing to lighten the conversation. "Both are complicated jobs, especially today." "This is the edge of my father's land," she said as they turned onto a dirt road. "He planned to fish and hunt in his retirement. Now he's just trying to survive like the rest of us." "It's a blessing to have land. I was in Denver when the grid went down, hundreds of miles from my family. Those who didn't have land were hit the hardest." Their caravan, made up of people trying to get home to family, had been blessed with only a few minor injuries over the past few months. He knew it could have been a lot worse. Frustration mounted. The last thing he wanted to be doing right now was staying holed up in some room like a convalescent. He wanted to be out there looking for those boys. "How long have you known Asher and Oliver?" Rebecca asked, breaking into his thoughts. "I don't know Oliver as well, but Asher's father and I have been best friends since college. He's the one that got me the job in Denver, and Asher is my godson, which is why this attack hit way too close to home." "They're going to find those boys," she said, her voice warming. "My deputies have trained for situations like this." "I hope so. I saw the terror in Asher's eyes. He had a gun to his head, and I couldn't save him." Flashbacks, nightmares, anxiety. Responses to trauma were never neat and tidy. It brought with it layers of pain that had to be dealt with. "I'm going to need to get some information from you about the men who attacked," Rebecca said. "I've been going over things in my mind, but I only saw one of the men. From what my deputy said, no one got a good view of the attackers. It all happened so fast, and now I'm struggling with brain fog from the pain, but I only saw the one who grabbed the boys." "Can you describe him?" she asked. He wore fatigues and a face mask, making it impossible to identify him. But I did notice something on his face, a scar running from his forehead down past his eye, and some kind of tattoo on the back of his hand." She ducked as they went under a low branch next to him. "Thank you. Anything helps. I know this is difficult. I just wish I'd been able to stop him." She glanced at him. "Maybe you'll remember more tomorrow, when the pain is more under control and you've gotten some rest." "How long have you lived here?" he asked, changing to a simpler subject, while trying to keep the pain shooting out of his voice. "I've lived in Sierra County pretty much my whole life." "And you always wanted to be a sheriff?" "Not always," she said. "When I was 5, I went to the circus and decided I wanted to be a trapeze artist. When I was 7, I realized I was afraid of heights, so I decided a mermaid would be a lot more fun." He chuckled at her responses. He needed the distraction, needed to calm his anxiety. "I wanted to be a professional baseball player," he said, "though I was open to a spot on a professional football team as well, if I was needed." Rebecca laughed. "Well, that was generous of you."
Trust me, as a kid I thought so. He was surprised at how easy it was to talk with her, despite the intensity of the situation surrounding them. But even the beautiful woman riding beside him wasn't enough to make him forget that Hiram and his son were dead. He'd argued with the men more than once about not drinking, a rule that had been set up early on. They hadn't liked the rule, but Sam had believed firmly that being drunk and distracted while on the trail could cost someone's life. Which is exactly what had happened. And it was even harder now that Asher and Oliver were missing. He stretched his shoulders, hoping it wasn't much further to her father's home. Thunder rumbled in the distance as they talked, and in the moonlight, he could see that the tall grass on either side of him had been pressed down, leaving narrow ruts that intersected with them. He pulled on the reins and brought his horse to a complete stop. He would recognize those tracks anywhere. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Those are wagon tracks," he responded. "From our stolen rig." "You sure?" "After hundreds of miles with them. Absolutely." He glanced back from where they came, and then glanced ahead at the trajectory they were heading. "Where does this go?" "This is the edge of my father's land. Cutting across would lead them to a couple potential hideouts on the northwest side of my father's land." A shiver ran through him. "They've been here, and probably not that long ago." "Go ahead and stay on the horse. I'm going to check this out." Rebecca dismounted quickly, then stood beside the tracks. He watched her follow the tracks in the moonlight that had bent down the tall grass. He wanted to get down and help her, but even he knew his limitations. She walked about 20 feet ahead of them, then turned around and came back to him. Rebecca held up the knotted rope he'd given Asher just a few hours ago. "Do you recognize this?" "I gave it to Asher today for his dog." Sam's stomach cinched. "I knew this trip was going to be risky. It's one thing to steal goods from people, but this means they took 2 of our kids, and we need to catch up to them," Sam said. "They won't be able to move fast at night with the wagon. Plus, you know the area. And you were just shot," she said, putting an end to the discussion as she mounted her horse. "We're not far from the house. I'll get together some of my father's men. We'll track them down." He started to argue, but stopped, knowing she was right. Still, he hated the fact that he was slowing her down, and the clipped lilt in her voice told him she wasn't happy about the situation either, because they both knew that if they didn't find the boys soon, there was a good chance they'd never see him again. And that was something he couldn't live with. Chapter 6. 10 minutes later, Rebecca rode up the long drive of her father's Pueblo-style home with its adobe blocks and views of the Black Range Mountains with Sam. She'd grown up here, nestled between the Chihuahuan Desert, the Organ Mountains, and the Rio Grande. She'd hiked the Doña Ana Mountains, rode mountain bikes down windy trails, and climbed to the summit of the Organ Needle with its spectacular views. Hiking on days off had become a way to explore the volcanic rock formations, stark desert landscapes, grasslands, and narrow canyons. But that had all been before the grid went down. Taking days off now seemed too much of a luxury in this world. There were some blessings of where they were. Here the sun almost always shone, even in the middle of winter. For that she was grateful, knowing that other parts of the country were dealing with heavy snowfall. At least they shouldn't have to worry about that. She had enough other things to worry about. She could hear her father's Jack Russell, Toby, barking when she pulled her Palomino, Red, to a stop in front of the house. A moment later, her father stepped out into the courtyard holding a shotgun, while Toby ran out to greet him. "Dad, it's me," Rebecca said, dismounting quickly off of her horse,
before leaning over to scratch an excited Toby behind his ears. "Becca?" Her father set the gun down. "Are you okay?" "Sorry to show up so late, but I need your help. A caravan was attacked not far from here. This is Sam McQuaid. He was shot during the raid." With her father's help, they managed to get Sam down from the horse. Rebecca put her arm around Sam, thankful her father was there to help. "I'm Max Holt. Let's get you into the house. You've got to be exhausted." Sam gritted his teeth as he wrapped his arms around their shoulders. "We'll get you straight to the guest room," Rebecca said, "then make a plan from there." They helped him into the house and through the living room toward the hallway. Lanterns cast light across the colorful rugs and throw pillows and the rustic furniture her father had made over the years. Even though she hadn't grown up in this house, it still felt like home. "He's had the doctor from the camp dress the wound," Rebecca said, "but he's going to need some care for the next few days." "I really don't want to be any trouble. It's not a problem," her father said, lighting another lantern once they got inside the guest room. "Try to get settled, and I'll be back in a few minutes with something for the pain and some clean bandages. Looks like the ride here broke open the wound. But your bed, like I said, it's not a problem." This time Sam didn't argue, as her father pulled back the covers and helped him into the bed. As Max left the room, Rebecca followed him out. "I'll come with you," Rebecca said, heading to the kitchen behind her father. "I need to get a posse together to find the men who attacked the caravan." "Do you know which way they were heading?" her father asked. She rubbed the back of her neck, trying to relieve the headache she'd been fighting the past couple hours. "Wagon tracks we found just this side of Pond Luna were heading toward Hangman's Pass. That would be the perfect place for them to lay low for a few days." "Agreed. I need some of your men to go with me, and someone to get a message to my deputies." "Hold on." Her father stopped in the middle of the kitchen and faced her. "You can't go back out there now." "I don't have a choice." Her brow furrowed. "We have proof that at least one of the 2 missing boys are with them. I need to get a posse together, plus let my deputies know what we found." Her father held his stance. "When's the last time you ate or slept?" "I'll be honest, I don't even remember at this point." 24? 30 hours? I can see it in your eyes and body language. You're exhausted." He started rummaging through one of the cupboards, then pulled out his medical kit and set it on the wooden table. "You can't keep going at this pace, Becca, because if you do, you'll be the one needing medical help. Stay here for the night. I'll send Clay with a message for your deputies, and in the meantime, I've got men here who can track that wagon. They're all crack shooters and capable of handling themselves. Then you can head back into town tomorrow. You don't have to do everything." She studied her father in the yellow glow of candlelight, noticing, not for the first time, how much he'd aged. His hair had gone completely gray, and his skin had darkened and weathered from the sun. At 75, he was still as strong as most of the ranch hands that she knew. But while there was not much that would keep him from going out and taking care of the ranch, she was worried about him having to one day defend himself and the land. What hadn't changed was his love and concern for her. He'd always been there, no matter what was going on around him, even when he didn't agree with her. But this time, she didn't argue. Instead, she quickly wrote a detailed message for her deputies, then handed it to her father, who headed out the back door to the bunkhouse. She knew her fatigue was already beginning to affect her concentration and could impair her judgment in a dangerous situation. And as hard as it was to step down, that wasn't a chance she wanted to take. Still, she couldn't help but wonder if she'd made the right decision. Her father's men had trained for emergencies, and had strategies in place for a long list of scenarios. But while she knew that both his men and her deputies could execute a search without her, she still felt out of control. She blew out a sharp breath, then glanced around the kitchen, where he'd rearranged a few things, like taking out electric appliances and other gadgets that couldn't be used with the grid down. He'd left out her mother's rooster collection, and the fridge was still covered with magnets of places they'd traveled. The Caribbean, Greece, Paris. So much had changed in the world since those trips. She headed down the hall to the guest room, wanting to make sure Sam was okay, and found him sound asleep, snoring softly. He'd been right about them having things in common. Their jobs, their need to be in control in order to fix things. For both of them, stepping back from a situation was never easy. She walked back into the kitchen at the same time her father came in through the back door. "That was fast," she said as Toby ran in with him. "I put Lopez in charge. If anyone can find those men, he can," her father said. "With a good night's sleep, you'll be able to tackle whatever's ahead of you tomorrow." "I don't like to admit it, but I know you're right." She glanced near the back door, where Toby had finally curled up into a ball on his bed, still trying to convince herself. "I just checked on Sam. He's already asleep." "Good. He needs it. Can I make you something to eat before you head off to bed?" She sat down at the kitchen table and rested her chin on her hands. "What I'm craving right now is a slice of Mom's green chili apple pie." Her father sat down across from her. "I can't count how many times I've wished I could sit down at this table with her and her chili rellenos, or anything of hers, actually." "Me too. I miss her so much." 7 years seemed like forever, and at the same time, like yesterday. "So do I. She would have been proud of you," her father said. Another wave of pain swept through her. Part of her wished desperately her mother was still here. She missed her smile, never-ending encouragement, and needed her wisdom. But on the other hand, she was thankful her mother had missed all of this tragedy. Rebecca pressed her fingers against the tabletop. "It just feels like it's never enough. There are so many hurting, lost people. Most days it feels as if it's a house of cards about to come tumbling down." Or maybe it already had. "You're a fixer, Becca. You always have been. You can help, but you can't stop what is going on. Neither can you change the situation." "I know, but it's still hard." "Would you settle for a sandwich with tomatoes, freshly grown basil, and some homemade bread?" She smiled, realizing suddenly just how hungry she was. "Sounds perfect." "How else can I help?" he asked, heading to the cupboard and pulling out the cutting board and knife. "You're helping by doing exactly what you're doing. Helping me look realistically at an extremely difficult situation." He'd always been her biggest supporter. She had no doubt that he'd be just as proud of her no matter what she did with the rest of her life. But he pushed her to be the best that she could be. And when she was floundering and felt lost along the way, he'd always been that anchor that kept her steady. "Did anyone get a description of who attacked him?" her father asked, as he started making the sandwiches. "Not really. They wore masks and came in shooting. Reminds me of the Jornada del Muerto trail. The Bible was right when it said nothing under the sun had changed." The similarities were eerie. 500 years ago, travelers took the route between Mexico City and Santa Fe. 90 miles with no water and little food for their cattle. It became a notorious route where caravans and trading expeditions were frequently ambushed by raiders, leaving a trail of death behind them. And now, it was happening all over again. A couple minutes later, she bit into the sandwich. Funny how much more she now appreciated the little things, like homegrown tomatoes, fresh herbs, and bread baked over the fire. The meal tasted better than any restaurant dish she remembered. "And your anxiety?" he asked, sitting down beside her with his own sandwich. "You're dealing with a lot right now." She hated the question. It made her feel vulnerable, weak. Few people knew that she suffered with anxiety and depression. It wasn't a new thing, but the grid going down had shifted her world further. Instead of using medicine, which was no longer available, she'd focused on a number of things like upping her time spent working out, journaling, drinking her father's tea blends, and working every day to rely on her faith in God. Some days she handled things fine. Other days, she wasn't sure how she was going to make it. She picked up a piece of tomato that had fallen out and ate it. Mental health, especially in her line of work, had always been a balancing act. The long hours, public attention, and psychological trauma took a heavy toll. And yet, at the same time, she was required to be at her peak performance at all times. "I'm still meeting with my counselor most weeks, and managing," she said, finally giving him an answer. She appreciated his concern, but right now, she was more worried about the missing boys and the ranch's vulnerability. "You're going to need to up the security on the ranch." Her father took another bite. "I'm doing everything I can. I've got every man working for me making rounds in order to defend the property. But in the end, there is really nothing more I can do but pray that the good Lord keeps us safe. Like I pray about you every day. I just hate the fact that you're out there, having to deal with so much of the evil that has surrounded us." Rebecca shrugged. "I don't really have a choice." "I know." "Thank you," she said, finishing her last bite of sandwich. "For what?" "For always being there." "I'll always be here, as long as the good Lord lets me stay," he said, reaching out and squeezing her hand. "I put an extra blanket on your bed. I'll take care of our guest tonight. You get some sleep." She nodded, knowing she didn't have the energy to argue with him. "Let me know if you need me." "Thanks for the offer," he said, catching her gaze. "But I've taken care of wounded soldiers in far worse conditions than this. I'll make sure he's okay." The sun shining through the window above Rebecca's bed woke her, which meant she'd overslept. Irritated at herself for waking up so late, she quickly pulled on her clothes from the night before, pulled her hair up in a ponytail, and rushed out of the room. Her father was already in the kitchen making breakfast over the converted wood stove in the corner. "I made blue corn pancakes, homemade prickly pear syrup, and sausage." "It smells delicious, but you should have woke me up." "You needed the sleep. Plus, I'm still your dad." He winked at her. "Which gives me some leverage." "Well, your leverage is completely unfair. You know I can't pass up your pancakes." She frowned, then sat down at the table that was already set with her mother's vibrant red, yellow, and green dinner dishes. "How is Sam?" "It was a rough night, but he's sleeping now. His fever spiked, and he was pretty incoherent for a while." Her anxiety spiked at the news. "Why didn't you get me up?" "Because you needed rest as much as he did." Her father set a plate of her favorite blue corn pancakes in front of her. "Perfect as always," she said, adding a dab of butter and some of the syrup, knowing she needed to eat as much as she needed the sleep. "Any word on the search?" "No, I'm sorry. My men haven't returned." Feeling out of the loop and out of control were two of the hardest things she'd had to deal with after the grid went down. Communication was difficult, which made keeping on top of things tough. Training and new procedures in place had helped, but it always felt like an uphill battle.
"I need to talk to our guest before I head back to town," she said, digging into the pancakes. "I'm hoping he remembers more. He'll be awake soon, but he needs to rest."
She didn't like her options. She knew her father was right about letting Sam sleep, but just staying here twiddling her thumbs wasn't an option either.
"Someone's here."
Her father grabbed his shotgun that was leaning against the back door and headed through the living room. Rebecca was right behind him with her own weapon in hand.
"It's one of my deputies and Lopez," she said, blowing out a sigh of relief. "Maybe they're here with some good news."
Rebecca and her father stepped out the front door and waited for the two men to secure their horses.
"We followed the trail, but lost it about 10 miles out,"
Lopez said, walking up to them. She looked to her deputy and shook her head.
"How could they just vanish?"
"We got caught in a downpour that covered up their tracks," Jeremy said. Rebecca shoved her weapon back into its holster, trying to squelch her frustration.
"What about the caravan?"
"They're set up at the church, and from what I was told, they're all fine," Jeremy said.
"What about your man here?"
"He had a rough night," her father said, "but he'll make it."
"We need to expand the search,"
Rebecca said, her mind spinning with the details.
"We have to find those boys."
"Already on it," Jeremy said. "We'll have a larger party ready to go in the next hour, and we'll send out messengers to nearby towns to have them on alert. Those felons are going to have to surface at some point. We've just got to get ahead of them."
"I'll be back to town as soon as I talk to Sam to help with the details of the search," Rebecca said. "I'm hoping he remembers something that might help."
"We've got plenty of pancakes if you'd like to eat quickly," her father offered.
"Thanks, but I need to head back to town," Jeremy said. "I'll be right behind you," Rebecca said,
her frustration multiplying. They needed to find this gang, and the missing boys, and stop them before they hit another town, and destroy more families. Chapter 7. Sam rolled over onto his side, then froze as pain shot up his leg. He opened his eyes and managed to shift onto his back. He stared up at the ceiling with its wooden beams and tried to get the pain under control with several slow, deep breaths, trying to get his distorted memories back into focus. Their camp had been raided. He remembered that. He'd gone to look for Asher and Cooper. Someone had held Asher and Oliver by gunpoint. He had blacked out, and now the boys were missing.
"Sam!"
There was a knock on the door. Then someone brought in a tray of food and set it on the nightstand next to him.
"I thought you might be hungry. How are you feeling?"
He recognized the man who had taken care of him during the night, the sheriff's father, Max Holt.
"Better than I did last night." "That's good to hear."
The older man quickly checked the bandage on Sam's thigh, then felt his forehead.
"It looks like the bleeding's stopped, and your fever's gone. Do you think you can eat?"
Sam glanced at the tray of pancakes and a drink, and felt his stomach turn.
"I'll try." "If you can't eat, at least drink the tea. It's turmeric and helps with pain and inflammation."
Max stood up.
"My daughter needs to talk with you, if you're feeling up to it."
The sheriff, with her dark eyes and freckles sprinkled across her nose, walked into the room, but she wasn't smiling, and that, in itself, terrified him.
"Sheriff."
Sam's hand shook as he pulled up the sheet.
"Please tell me you found the boys." "Not yet, but we're expanding the search and notifying surrounding towns," she said. "Whoever's behind this, they won't be able to hide for long.
Sam didn't try to hide his frustration. He couldn't even imagine what Charlie and Kayla were feeling right now, not knowing where Asher was. And with Oliver missing as well.
"I know you had a rough night," she said,
moving the wooden rocker from the corner of the room toward the bed.
"But if I could ask you a few more questions."
Sam nodded.
"I'm fine. I need to help." "Clay will let me know as soon as he has your horse ready to ride, so you can go," her father said to her. "Until then, I'll give the two of you some privacy to talk."
"Thank you." Sam picked up the tea and breathed in the earthy smell before taking a sip.
"Okay, this isn't as bad as I expected. A little bitter, a little peppery, a little sweet. My father has a tea for nearly every ailment, thanks to one of my mother's books."
She shot him the hint of a smile.
"Ginger for nausea, peppermint for digestion, milk thistle for liver function. That's helpful when you can't run to the pharmacy."
He took another sip of the tea.
"What about the tracks we found?" "They lost 'em, which means we're back to square one."
She leaned forward and caught his gaze.
"I know you're tired, so I'll keep this as short as I can. Last night you said the man wore a ski mask. I just need to know if you remember anything else about the man who attacked you. You mentioned a tattoo and a scar. Can you give me any more details about those? Anything, really. Law enforcement might not have access to computer databases, but we're working across the state to compile an identifiable list of criminals and felons."
Sam set the tea back down, then rubbed the back of his neck. Sweat beaded across his forehead. Despite the cool room and supposed lack of fever, he still felt hot. Another memory surfaced.
"The scar went from the middle of his left brow and disappeared beneath the top of the mask." "Good. Anything else? What about the tattoo?"
"It was on the back of his right hand." Sam fought to think.
"It was a butterfly. No, a skull in the shape of a butterfly." "That's great," she said. "That might be identifiable. Anything else?"
Sam took another sip of tea, wishing he had a large, high-caffeine cup of coffee that would cut through the cobwebs in his brain.
"I've heard rumors along the trail." "What kind of rumors?"
"Rumors of who's behind these attacks. I don't have proof of any of this, but paid thugs, recruited to cause chaos."
"Who's paying them?"
He shook his head. "I don't know. I'm not sure who's in charge anymore."
"The biggest question, then, is how do we stop them? If this is something organized, they will strike again."
Sam tried moving to a more comfortable position to ease the pain.
"Agreed, but I don't know what can be done about it."
The new position didn't help. The pain pulsed. He wished he had answers. Wished he knew how to stop the inevitable. Over the past year, people had been forced to change every aspect of their lives. Towns that came together had more of a chance, but that meant growing gardens, collecting rainwater, finding ways to heat water, and cook food. Solar power was available for those who had planned ahead, but not always reliable. Most medicines had run out months ago, and there were no cell phones to call for help in the middle of an emergency. Stopping crime was just as challenging, and he knew from his own experience with the fire department and search and rescue team that having your resources stripped had changed the balance of everything.
"Tell me about your father's ranch," Sam said. "When my father first bought the land, he was retiring, and it was something he'd always dreamed of doing. Shortly after that, my mother died." "I'm sorry. That had to be hard." "It was, but he put himself into the work, mainly as a distraction from his grief. It's relatively small with cattle, horses, chickens, and bees. But when the grid went down, he quickly realized that there was going to be a huge need for land and what it could produce. He ended up partnering with 7 or 8 families from the area. They work on the ranch and receive a portion of what is produced, then give any excess to the town to distribute.
So he's expanded.
With their help, yes. The garden has quadrupled in size, and they're working to increase livestock sustainability. Everything is done without any machinery, which means not only maintaining the animal housing areas, but repairing fences, outhouses, and anything else.
That's how people across the country are surviving, he said. But if we can't stop the cattle rustlers coming in, we're going to have a crisis on our hands.
The work is new to most of the men and women working for my father.
She reached for a colorful blanket off a trunk next to her and pulled it around her.
Brandon, for example, is the son of one of my dad's best friends, who had been struggling with cancer and passed away the first of the year. At first, his family moved into their father's house. Then my dad offered them a position on the ranch. There are 6 outposts around the perimeter of the ranch. That way the land is divided up into sections, where they can more easily monitor poachers and cattle rustlers, and signal each other in case of an emergency.
Sounds like a good setup.
Brandon and Emily have a little boy, Lucas, who just turned 5. They decided to move out to the North Outpost, and their hard work is paying off. Everything from egg production to honey production has expanded, along with all the gardens. In another year or 2, depending on what's going on in the world, I'm sure they'll be able to expand even further. They're also trying to increase the number of wild bison on the land.
Something the cattle thieves would love to get their hands on as well.
Exactly.
It's got to be risky, though, living isolated from each other.
My father works hard to keep everyone connected and organizes special activities a couple times a month. They have set up ways to communicate with signal flares and have taken other security measures. But you're right, it is risky.
Sam leaned back against the pillow as a wave of fatigue swept over him.
Sounds like the risk has been worth it. My dad was always a risk taker. It was why his job as a medic was a natural fit. And in today's world, stepping out of your comfort zone has become essential for survival.
I'm impressed with your father's ingenuity.
It's not like he had a choice. And now the attacks on farms and ranches and caravans, it's like living in the Old West.
That's exactly what it's like. People stayed put at first, but now they have motivation to move, whether it's trying to find family or finding a better place where they can survive.
It's changed me, she said. It's changed all of us.
He looked at her and waited for her to continue.
Sometimes I just don't know what I'm supposed to do, she said,
catching his gaze.
It's never enough.
Unfortunately, this isn't a problem you can fix. It runs far beyond county lines.
I know, but I can't just look away. People's lives are at stake.
Which is why this is so difficult. There was a knock on the door. Then her father stepped back into the room.
Everything's ready for you to head back to town.
She nodded at her father, then stood up.
I'll see if I can identify the man with the tattoo. Will you bring me back an update of our caravan? Sam asked. I need to know how Charlie and the others are doing. Of course, she said, standing up. Do you need anything else?
I don't think so. Just thank you for everything. She smiled.
You'll be fine, as long as you finish that tea, and I'll go find the boys.
He watched her leave, not missing the fact that Rebecca Holt was an impressive combination of wisdom, strength, and vulnerability. He could hear in her voice the determination to find the boys, her love for those in her community, and the frustration over not being able to keep everyone safe. A frustration he understood all too well. He finished the drink, then rolled over on his side, trying to find a position that didn't hurt. He wasn't blinded to the fact that this situation could have ended differently. A different trajectory of that bullet, and he might not be here right now. If he'd shot the assailant first, Asher and Oliver might not be missing. Then there was the dark-haired sheriff who had gotten under his skin, which was unusual for him. He'd met plenty of women over the past few months as they traveled south. Some who wanted rides out of their small towns, others who were looking for single men. But he wasn't interested. He had just wanted to get home. Home to the town he'd left 4 years ago, looking for something bigger and more exciting. He'd found it in the Rocky Mountains and greater Denver area. He'd made friends, reconnected with his college roommate Charlie. And while he loved the mountains, a part of him had never stopped missing the open desert of West Texas. He closed his eyes, unable to fight fatigue pressing in against him, unable to let go of the frustration of losing sight of the boys and his helplessness in the search, unable to forget the woman in the other room. He blew out a sharp sigh. He needed to stop thinking about her. As soon as he recovered and they found the boys, he would be gone, leaving both the town and Sheriff Holt behind. Chapter 8. Rebecca rode to her father's house in the early afternoon, grateful for the sunshine after a few days of the weather dipping down below freezing. A thin layer of snow had fallen last night, just enough to cover the ground, but this part of the state was typically way beneath the national average. Of course, this year there was no way to know what was going on across the rest of the state, or even the country for that matter. The lack of information felt claustrophobic, like she was hurtling down a dark tunnel with no sense of direction. Adding to the blur was the passing of time, as one day continually ran into the next. She let out a sigh as her father's house came into view. The familiar openness of the surrounding desert and grasslands, framed by mountains in the distance, had always helped to ground her. Being forced to disconnect after the grid went down also had its advantages. In the moments when she felt an anxiety attack coming on, she'd found a short walk or ride on Red was usually as good as her medicine used to be. Life might have thrown her a curveball, but it also had forced her to slow down. She found her father chopping wood along the side of the house when she rode up. He set down his axe and walked out to greet her. "I think I've seen you more in the last week than I have in the last 2 months." She shook her head at the exaggeration. "If you're implying that my visits have something to do with your patient, you're wrong. And today, I'm just here counting on the fact that you made a fresh batch of tortillas." Her father laughed, but she didn't miss the marked fatigue in his eyes. "I actually made tamales for lunch. But as for your patient, I wouldn't be upset if he was the reason for your visits. You know I'd like to see you finally settle down." Rebecca turned away from her father, trying to hide her irritation. She knew the statement was said in love, but it still agitated her. When she started in law enforcement, she never would have imagined that it would mean dealing with the grid going down. But she'd worked hard to get the position of sheriff, and at least for now, she didn't have time to develop a relationship, even with someone as charming and as interesting as Sam McQuaid. She'd always assumed she'd get married, but in the end she'd chosen her career over a relationship. Not that she couldn't have both. Her father reminded her of that as often as he could. But she'd never met someone she wanted to spend the rest of her life with, or someone who didn't mind sharing her with her career. The grid going down had made it even harder to think about a relationship. There never seemed to be extra time to invest in a personal life. The closest she got to having fun was spending Saturday nights playing chess with her father. "I just have a question for him," she said, keeping any emotional reaction out of her voice. "Any news yet on the missing boys?" "No, but we found evidence of what we believe was the raiders' recent hideout. We're hoping it might mean they're still nearby."
which means they're probably planning to strike again," her father said. She had come out here more than normal over the past week, worried about the vulnerability of her father's ranch. Each time, she managed to convince herself that it had nothing to do with the man who'd been staying here. Which was true. They'd made rounds of all the local ranches and farms, helping to ensure security was as tight as possible while searching for the missing boys. She had a job to do, and if that meant questioning a witness a few times, well, there was nothing wrong with that. "How's Sam doing?" she asked. "Improving every day. I've learned he's not a man to stay still for very long. He's out there working on my wind turbine," her dad said. She glanced toward the barn. "Do you think he's up to that?" "Seems to be. He already did an upgrade on my water catcher, and if he can get that turbine going again, it will allow me to do a lot more things around the ranch." "So the man's handy," she said, instantly regretting verbalizing her thoughts. She didn't need to give her dad more fuel for the fire. "And single," her father said, adding the reminder. "I'm not looking for a relationship, Dad. Never hurts to prod a little bit. He reminds me a lot of myself when I was his age. Adventurous. Daring." Her father turned around and headed back to the woodpile before she could see his expression, but she didn't miss the catch in his voice. She followed after him. "Are you okay?" He waved his hand. "Just worn out from chopping wood." She stepped in front of her father and caught his gaze. "What's going on?" "It's nothing, really," he shrugged. "I was just going through old files in the office and found something." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a picture, held it for a moment, and then handed it to her. In the photograph, her parents were smiling, bundled up for winter beneath the Eiffel Tower. "You and Mom in Paris. Mom told me stories about the adventures you had on that trip. Your mother loved to travel. Before you were born, we spent a summer going across Europe by train, a gift from my Aunt Beulah." "You both look so happy." Rebecca ran her finger across the photo. "And young." "We were." Her father blinked back the tears in a show of emotion she rarely saw. "Sometimes I'm glad she's not here for all of this. But then I realize how much I miss her. How much I wish we were facing this together. I always imagined Christmas dinners, grandkids playing on the tire swing, and hiking trips in the mountains." "When was this?" "The year we moved here. I had just gotten out of the Army. Got a job as a paramedic. Your mother had a job teaching kindergarten. We moved into your grandfather's house." "One thing I've learned in life, you never know what can happen." "Not everything is bad, though," he said. "New challenges, new people." "Like Sam?" she asked, and gave him a playful shove. He let out a low groan, then laughed. "I wasn't speaking in specifics. I don't have to have a man in my life for me to be happy. I know, I didn't mean it that way. I just meant, sometimes you seem lonely. You need someone you can laugh with, someone that will slow you down and let you remember to enjoy what's around you." The irritation she'd felt slipped away. "I thought I had you for that." "You do," he shrugged. "But I won't be here forever. It's hard when your baby girl grows up and you know you can't keep her safe forever." She wrapped her arms around him and pulled him into a hug, not wanting to think about that day. Her father had been the one she'd always gone to for help, for advice, and who had been her greatest cheerleader. She couldn't imagine life without him. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm not sure why I'm so emotional today." She handed him back the photo. "A lot has changed. A lot remains unknown." "I'm proud of you,"
he said, slipping the photo back into his pocket.
"I know how hard this is for you, and yet you keep fighting to keep this county safe."
Her father wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, then nodded toward the house.
"I've got some hot chocolate on the stove. Why don't you take Sam some? He probably needs to warm up." "Dad, just to be nice, Becca. Nothing more. Besides, you're the one who said you needed to talk to him."
Rebecca headed out to the red barn a few minutes later, where her father stored animal feed, hay, and a mountain of other equipment. Unlike her mother, who had been an over-the-top organizer, her father tended to be more of a hoarder. They'd somehow managed to find a compromise, most of the time. But with her mother gone, her father had accumulated more stacks of unfinished to-do projects than he'd be able to get to in a lifetime. The broken wind turbine was one of them. Sam was standing at her father's long workbench inside the red barn, working on the motor of the wind turbine when she arrived with the mugs of hot chocolate. She stopped in the doorway of the large open doors, where the sun streamed in, giving him just enough light to work. He'd rolled up the sleeves of his green plaid flannel shirt and had set his cowboy hat next to him. She might not be looking for romance, but she had enjoyed the handful of conversations they'd had, focused mainly on finding the boys and law enforcement responses and strategies. Rarely anything personal, though if she were honest with herself, she wouldn't mind knowing more about the man.
"My father said you were out here working," she said,
crossing the barn floor.
"He thought you might want something hot to drink."
He was right. Thanks. Sam set down the motor and smiled as he took the mug.
"Am I being too optimistic to hope this is a celebratory drink, and you found the boys?" "I'm sorry, but not yet."
"I haven't stopped praying."
"And we haven't stopped looking."
She cocked her head.
"You, on the other hand, are looking better than you have all week. Might could use a bit of a shave, but I'm glad to see you up and around."
"Thanks. Though while I'm grateful to feel almost back to normal, there is one thing that might keep me from leaving this place." He held the mug between his two hands, took a sip, then looked at her, sending her heart into a downward spiral. She swallowed hard. Surely he wasn't about to say he was interested.
"The hot springs,"
he continued, not seeming to notice the panic in her eyes.
"Your dad's taken me there several times."
She took a sip of her own drink, glad she hadn't said anything foolish. Her father had planted ideas in her head she needed to erase. She forced a smile.
"My father has always believed in the healing powers of the hot springs in the area, and if it doesn't heal the body, it definitely rejuvenates the mind. I have to say, I am a believer. The gunshot wound is healing nicely. Inflammation is down, as well as the redness."
She glanced at the motor he was working on, then leaned against the bench covered with her father's tools.
"Just don't push it too much. Your body has been through a lot." "Thought I should at least make myself useful while I'm here, until I can start riding again," he said,
setting the mug down and picking the small motor back up.
"Is there anything you can't do?" she asked.
He looked up at her.
"I wouldn't say that. It's just that between the members of the caravan I've talked to, and even my father," she said,
scrambling to depersonalize her question,
"you're a bit of a legend."
He frowned, focusing on his project.
2 men are dead, and 2 young boys are missing. I didn't stop that. None of that was your fault."
He shook his head, as if shaking off the compliment.
"What about the men who attacked us? Any leads?" "Maybe."
She pulled the Damascus knife she'd brought with her out of her pocket.
"We believe we found the camp where the raiders stayed the past few days. They were gone when we arrived, but we found this. Solomon said it's yours."
Sam took the offered knife and frowned.
"My father gave it to me. It's one of the things I carry with me all the time. I must have lost it during the raid, and one of them picked it up. They could have sold it, but we're hoping it's the confirmation we needed that we're still following the right people. I've got several of my deputies still out there looking for them, but they're good at covering their tracks. At least it looks as if they're staying close. His frown deepened. And probably planning to strike the area again. It's possible. We also have the name of the man with the butterfly tattoo. His name is Heath Cohen, and before the grid went down, he was in and out of prison for everything from assault to the sale of illegal drugs to burglary. Well, that's progress. What about Charlie and the others? They, along with several of the men in your caravan, are still out searching for the boys. Sam braced his hands against the bench. I've been sitting around long enough. It's time I was out there looking. They both knew the boys could be long gone, sold to a labor camp somewhere across the state, or across the country. The majority of human trafficking victims before the grid went down were exploited for labor, and she had no reason to believe that number had changed. The doctor from town is coming out tomorrow to see if he can give you the all clear. With no antibiotics, you can't risk an infection, she said. But what you're doing is extremely helpful. Having the turbine working again will be huge for my dad. The motor was shot, but I found an alternator on one of your father's old cars. As long as I can reattach it, we'll be back in business. She couldn't help but be impressed. That's pretty ingenious. I've learned a lot the past year, finding ways to fix the impossible. It's amazing the things that you can come up with. He looked up at her. Do you know if your dad has any zip ties or duct tape? Duct tape? Is it really DIY without some duct tape or zip ties? She laughed at his lame attempt at humor. Her father had been right. Sam McQuaid was impressive. But he was only here for a short time, and engaging her heart was not a smart option. Your father talks about you a lot, he said, while she started digging through an old dresser her father used to keep supplies in. In fact, after spending a couple days with him, I feel like I know you. Knowing my father, if he likes you, he would find it beneficial to point out all of my good attributes. She opened up the bottom drawer and found a pack of the colored tape. Yellow or red? He picked the red one and set it down next to the motor. So, your father. Sounds like he's a bit of a matchmaker. Rebecca swallowed hard at the statement. Unsuccessful up to this point, but he's made it quite clear that he wants grandchildren. And since I am his only child, he has no problem being obvious about it, which can be a bit uncomfortable and aggravating at times. Forget it. I'm used to being set up. Sam glanced up at her. Besides, I like him, and I appreciate the fact that he took me in. She picked up his hat and fingered the brim, trying to sound casual. So, no wife or girlfriend? She saw a shadow cross his expression, and hoped the question didn't sound as awkward to him as it did to her. He shrugged. Not currently. Not that I haven't tried a time or two, but most didn't want to put up with my schedule. At least, before the grid went down. And then, like all of us, I've spent the last year just surviving. What's been the hardest part for you? She asked. Knowing my family was together. Wishing I could be there. Not having that someone special to share things with. She was surprised at how vulnerable she was allowing herself to be. How personal. Close relationships were something she craved, and yet she'd realized how easy it was not to make the effort. You okay? Rebecca glanced up at him, then took another sip of her cocoa. Yeah. I was just thinking about how long it's been since I just sat still and held a conversation with someone that didn't have to do with work. There's something about the sun glistening on the snow, the views of the white-covered mountains in the distance, and drinking hot chocolate. And the company. She shoved the thought aside. I have no doubt that it's extremely difficult to find the time to just be you and relax, he said, shifting his attention completely to her. But you need to give yourself time to recharge. It's so hard. She picked up her mug again and took a sip, suddenly wanting to hide from the intensity of his gaze. There's always something that has to be done. Someone who needs me. A situation I have to deal with. Hasn't life always been that way? She took another sip. You have a point. You don't have to do it all. You can't do it all. Now you're sounding like my father. It's good advice if you ask me. What did you used to do in your downtime? She asked, unable to ignore the nudge to get to know him better. Before the grid went down, I was involved in dog sledding. In Colorado? She asked, surprised at his answer. I had a friend who operated dog sledding tours who introduced me to the sport, he said, grabbing a dusty stool to sit on and rest his leg. Between the scenery and the dogs, it's an entirely different way to see the backcountry. A bit different from your West Texas roots. He folded his arms across his chest. It's strange how much you can want to leave a place, and then when you're gone, you can't wait to get back. And now, I haven't seen my family for a year and a half. All of this has made me realize just how important family, friends, and relationships are. He held her gaze for a moment, making her wonder what he was really thinking. If his thoughts were shifting to dangerous territory, like hers were. Because I don't want to get hurt again. He slapped his thighs and stood back up again. If you can help me get the tower up, we can see if this works. A few minutes later, he had connected the wires, and together they managed to secure the tower back in place outside the barn. Sam took a step back and smiled at his work. Now, to see if this thing works. Give me a minute? She nodded, watching him head back to the house with his slight limp, wondering why her heart was beating faster. Wind whipped around her, bringing the turbine above her back to life. Ugh, her father had messed with her emotions. She wasn't falling for the handsome cowboy. What have you got? She asked once he'd returned. When's the last time you listened to music? He pulled out an iPod Shuffle from his pocket and plugged it into the USB port he'd connected to the turbine. This is pretty old school. I hope you like it. He handed her one of the earphones, took a step closer to her, then pushed play, and Michael Bublé's familiar smooth voice started singing Feelin' Good. She closed her eyes, and for a moment, she slipped back in time. Before the grid went down. Before the deep layers of fear had settled over the town and county. When playing music on the car radio was taken for granted. When there was ice cream in the freezer, and her father's stew was simmering on the electric stove. When she opened her eyes again, Sam was standing in front of her, listening to the song while watching her. She was swaying, unintentionally, letting the music soak through her parched senses, listening to words about a new life and a new day. This was a road she'd been forced to follow, but at the moment, the mellowness of the violins and the deep-throated tones of the trumpet felt like a soothing balm. When the song ended, she realized she was holding her breath. She blew it out and dropped her hands to her sides. Sam turned it off. I have an eclectic taste in music. He's one of my favorites, she said, pulling the earphone out. And we now have proof that the wind turbine works. She tried to translate the rapid-fire feelings exploding inside her chest. She didn't want to feel this, whatever this was.
No, it was just the music causing the emotional reaction. She had no desire to open up her heart, and not even the gallant Sam McQuaid could change her mind. Chapter 9. Rebecca handed Sam the earbud, then stepped back, needing to reinforce the wall back around her heart. She couldn't afford to let her guard down. It simply wasn't worth the risk, and falling for Sam McQuaid would be a huge risk. Movement along the front drive shifted her thoughts. She drew her sidearm out of the holster, any lingering feelings of calmness from the music now completely gone.
Looks like we have company.
Do you know who it is? Sam asked.
It's fine. It's Frankie, one of the messenger boys.
She holstered her weapon, relieved when she recognized the rider. She was irritated at herself for being so jumpy. But then again, she had reason to be extra cautious.
He usually drops off his stuff in town, then heads on to the next town. I'm not sure why he's here.
Her father had stepped out of the house by the time she'd crossed the yard. Frankie jumped off his horse and hurried toward her.
Sorry to disturb you out here, Sheriff Holt.
Frankie nodded at the men, then reached into his leather satchel and handed her a sealed manila envelope.
Deputy Ferguson told me you were here. I've been ordered to give this to you myself. Thanks for bringing it all the way out here for me.
Rebecca tapped the envelope against the palm of her hand.
I'm guessing you heard about the attack outside of town? Your deputy told me, Frankie said. I heard 2 were killed in the group, and a couple of the boys are still missing. Unfortunately, yes. This is Sam McQuaid, Rebecca said, quickly making introductions. He was part of the group. Was injured pretty badly. I'm sorry to hear that.
Frankie nodded at Sam.
Just heard that the Hughes Ranch was hit as well. Attacks both like yours and cattle rustling are becoming more and more common.
Rebecca tapped her finger against the letter, hoping the governor had answers to the growing problem. Unfortunately, cattle rustling was nothing new. Even before the grid went down, modern-day cattle thieves were using trucks and trailers to steal their cattle. While they used to get a couple $1,000s for a cow, today it was a source of food and something valuable to trade on the black market. A year ago, she could have had special agents called in to figure out who was behind the thefts. Today, the thefts were just one more addition to her to-do list. An impossible amount of work to cover for one sheriff, her deputies, and other local law enforcement agencies. She slid her finger under the seal, popped it open, and pulled out the letter inside. The knot in her stomach tightened. She hated how difficult communication was, and in turn, how alone that made her feel. Because from a cursory overview, this was not good news. The governor's words were brief and to the point, describing a rash of organized attacks happening across the state that were targeting ranchers, caravans, and livestock, all in an attempt to cause chaos, fear, and confusion.
Is everything all right?
Sam stood back, giving her privacy, but obviously concerned about what the letter said.
It looks like we've got even more problems, she said, turning to Sam. You mentioned rumors of paid thugs who were being recruited to cause chaos.
So it's true? Sam asked. Rebecca nodded.
The governor refers to them as an organized group called the Realm.
The Realm? Her father asked.
What in the world is that?
Rebecca's hands shook, and she pulled them against her chest to steady them. There had been dozens of conspiracy theories thrown out over the past year, but for the most part, they'd been left in the dark as to why the grid went down. Literally. Finally getting a glimpse of what was actually going on was terrifying.
According to the governor, they're attempting to overthrow the government,
she said finally. And this realm, Sam asked. Who's behind it? She glanced back at the letter. The governor calls it a multinational underground group who are connected to the grid going down. Worry lines on Sam's forehead deepened. The group who attacked us scattered when we fought back. What you're talking about sounds far more organized. Yes, but they probably didn't expect you to be so prepared, she said, feeling her own anxiety spike. Apparently they have spies who do the initial scouting of ranches and other priority targets in order to determine what kind of security is in place before they sweep in. They're stealing as much cattle and livestock as possible and hitting towns for any stockpiled supplies, drugs, guns, and children, Sam said. They're not just raising havoc, her father said. They're upping the levels of fear. It's also putting certain people in a position that allows them to come to the aid of the overwhelmed local law enforcement, who are desperate for help, she said. They've found a way to set themselves up, both as the problem and the solution. A chill ran through her. It made perfect sense. Fear had been used for centuries to manipulate and intimidate various populations as a tactic for control. And apparently, what they were facing now was no different. There is one other thing I need to tell you. Frankie's brow furrowed. I stopped up at your northern outpost on my way here, but Brandon and Emily weren't there. Maybe it's nothing, but I'm worried. One of them is always there working. Rebecca felt her anxiety rise another notch. Frankie was right. It was probably nothing. But still. I need to check on his family, she said. If there is any chance that this is connected with the recent raid, I want to know. I can send one of my ranch hands, her father said. Dad, you're already spread too thin with everything that's going on. I'll go with you, Sam said. Forget it, Rebecca shook her head. The doctor hasn't cleared you yet. This is going to be a hard ride there and back, without a lot of time to rest. I'll be fine. Trust me. You can use the backup, and my leg hardly hurts. Her father caught her gaze. I'd feel better if you didn't go by yourself, Rebecca. Fine. She looked at both men and realized she didn't have the energy to argue. Frankie, why don't you come on in and get something to eat while I quickly write a letter for you to take to Deputy Ferguson? And Sam, grab your weapon. If we leave in the next few minutes, we should be able to be back before dark. 20 minutes later, she was riding to the north border of the property with Sam, hoping she'd made the right decision. The governor had included a list of security protocols he wanted implemented, which meant first thing in the morning, she was going to have to hold a briefing with her deputies. Actually implementing them, though, was going to be another story. Recruiting more help seemed logical, but in reality, it was complicated without resources or a tax base to cover the long list of essential services. She breathed in a slow, deep breath. The sun had melted most of the snow, and the wind had died down, raising the temperature a few more degrees. The fresh air, along with the panorama of mountains rising up along the horizon beyond the open desert, helped ease her anxiety. At least, for a brief moment. Layers of stress still pressed against her chest. She hadn't had time to process the unexpected emotional response to Sam, and knew she probably shouldn't have let him come with her. But even so, there was a part of her that was glad he was there. She'd found him to be a voice of reason in the middle of the chaos, something she needed right now. It's beautiful out here, Sam said. I thought my father was a bit crazy when he decided to buy so much land, but he loves it. And when the grid went down, having the land, pond, and irrigation piping has been huge. I grew up in a town no bigger than yours, he said. I used to dream of leaving. Now,
I can't wait to get back." "I'm sure your family misses you," she said, catching the sadness in his voice. "I always took for granted being able to pick up the phone and call, giving them news, just saying hello. Can't tell you how many times I've longed to pick up my phone and just hear their voices." "Tell me about your family," she said, fully aware of the risks of turning their conversation to something personal. "2 brothers and 2 sisters. The last time I spoke with them, Jace was working in military intelligence, and Levi was going to the police academy. Then I have one sister who's a doctor, and a younger one who was in college. I was an only child. I always wanted to have lots of brothers and sisters. The 5 of us were supposed to meet last year at Christmas time to celebrate my parents' anniversary. Unfortunately, my flight was canceled, and I never made it." She'd heard the story over and over. Friends and family who'd been gone for the holidays when the grid went down, and now no one knew where they were, or if they were alive or dead. It was the reason behind most of the caravans that headed through this area. Still, she loved the fact that family was important to him, that he'd risk everything to go home. It said something about his character, something to file away with the rest of what she'd learned about him. "You like to hike?" he asked. "I love it, though I can't say I've done much in the past year. But we have some of the most beautiful hiking trails I've ever been on." "What's your favorite?" "The Oregon Needle hike, hands down. But it's not easy. You climb almost 4,000 feet in just a few miles. Before you get to the summit, there's a stretch that requires you to rock climb. But the views make it worth it. There are waterfalls along the way, and when you get to the top, you can see for miles." "Sounds incredible." "It is." She studied his profile as they rode side by side across her father's land, thankful he wasn't looking at her. Most of the time she found it no problem to hide her emotions. It was a part of her job, and she was good at it. So why had Sam McQuaid changed all of that, and suddenly made her want to rethink her priorities? Chapter 10. Sam enjoyed the quiet that had settled in between them, as much as he'd enjoyed their conversations. While the open ranch land with distant snow-covered mountains were beautiful, it was the woman riding beside him who intrigued him. The genuine compassion she had for others had been almost immediately noticeable under the layers of her spitfire, no-nonsense manner. He could see why she'd been elected for the job. She was motivated both by duty and a love for the people of this county. Still, he couldn't imagine how difficult it had been for her over the last year, trying to do her job while coming up against obstacle after obstacle. He understood, because he'd been there. Everything about his job as a fireman had changed after all the resources he'd relied on had vanished, making his job feel impossible. He had no idea how many lives had been lost because of the loss of resources. And while it had never been from a lack of effort on his part, it kept him up at night. He had a feeling Rebecca experienced the same thing. He'd eventually come to the conclusion that doing his best was all that he could do, and that had to be enough. At least, that was what he managed to convince himself of on the better days. "How's your leg?" she asked, breaking into his thoughts. "I'll be sore tomorrow, but I'm okay." He wasn't going to tell her that while the hot springs had helped, her father's homemade pain salve had done little to ease the pain. "It's not too much further," she said, slowing down as they approached a large pond. "But we can let the horses rest here." Sam eased off his horse, then grabbed his water bottle and took a long drink, realizing she was stopping for him. He hated the idea that he was slowing them down, but appreciated her subtle offer. He dropped the bottle back in its pouch
then took a few steps, needing to stretch out his leg, wishing he was back soaking at one of the hot springs. Rebecca pulled some beef jerky out of her pack and tossed him a small Ziploc bag.
I know you said you miss your family, but do you ever regret making the trip?
No. His answer was quick and unapologetic. I knew there would be risks, but for me, it was worth it. It could be years before things get back to normal. She shot him a smile from where she stood.
Whatever normal is.
He took a bite of the meat and laughed. Normal was definitely relative. What about you? He asked, still working to get out the kinks. Do you think you would have made the trip if you'd been gone from here? It was a question he was sure she'd asked herself before. The grid going down over a holiday season meant millions of people had been traveling. Some were close enough to have already made it back, but there was a long list of those who had flown, been on cruise ships, ski trips, and even overseas. He had a number of friends who had been out of town that weekend. He still didn't know if they were dead or alive.
I was actually supposed to be gone that weekend,
she said, watching the clouds blow across the sky.
A friend of mine was getting married in Phoenix.
Sam studied her expression. But you didn't go. Rebecca shook her head.
It's strange. I'm not the kind of person who typically puts much credit into dreams. But I woke up 3 days before I was supposed to fly out, and I knew I couldn't go. It was this strange feeling that I couldn't shake. I even went and talked to our pastor about it, thinking I was just being paranoid.
You think it was a dream from God? She nodded.
I know it sounds weird, but yes.
I don't think it's weird. I've experienced too many things over this past year. It's pretty clear to me that God had a reason for you to be here, Sam said, surprised she was being so vulnerable with him.
I think most of the time we don't stop long enough to be still and hear his voice. We're so busy being distracted.
It was something he'd always wanted to be, open to God's calling and willing to do the hard stuff. But finding the faith to walk on water was never easy.
I know that none of this took God by surprise, she said finally. I try to hold on to that when I feel like everything is out of control, to let this be my chance to make a difference. I'll be honest, my faith has been flipped upside down.
Sam picked up a rock, skipped it across the water, then watched it skim the surface until it finally sunk. When I left Shadow Ridge a few years ago, I was running. And even though my faith has grown, it's still hard sometimes to understand why God doesn't sweep down and put an end to all of this. Not just the grid going down, but all the things I saw with my job every day. So much in life has spiraled out of control.
And feels as if evil is winning, she added.
He picked up another rock and nodded. I guess that's when we have to get down on our knees, hold on, and believe that God's plan was still in place. He turned the stone slowly in his hand. Sometimes that plan seemed hard to see. In the Bible, David armed himself with 5 stones and an undefeatable faith in God. Maybe that was enough.
It's funny how hard it is to be still, she said,
taking a sip from her water bottle.
Even while we've been forced to over the past year, I have found myself in a different rhythm. Going to bed when it's dark, getting up when it's light, finding moments to just stop and listen to the wind or the birds. Things I never did before the grid went down. Not that I wouldn't want to go back, because I would. But there is something to say for a forced sabbatical from social media and the rush of life.
Sam smiled. I have a hard time imagining you spending much time on social media.
Reading has always been my go-to distraction, Rebecca laughed. Give me a good book, and it's like disappearing into another world.
Or at least temporarily out of this one.
Do you ever find the quiet hard to handle? He asked.
Some days, she said, screwing the lid back on her water and dropping it into her pack.
Which is ironic. Before the grid went down, there were days I wished that everything would just stop. No TV, no noise, no lights, just quiet. But I'm learning to appreciate the stillness.
He threw another stone across the water, enjoying the small glimpse into her life. You have done a good job here, he said, catching her gaze. Don't ever forget that.
Maybe you need to stay here until spring, she said, heading back to her horse. We can always use good people like you.
He didn't want to read into the suggestion, but he wasn't sure what she was implying. Wasn't sure if it was personal, or if she was just being nice. Something told him, though, that Rebecca Holt didn't throw out invitations lightly. If she said something, she meant it. What surprised him was his wanting to say yes to her offer. But his decision to stay or continue on had to come solely from what was best for the rest of the group, not for something personal. Just like he knew her invitation had nothing to do with her own personal feelings. She'd seen a need and was trying to fix it. Besides, he had no intention of staying longer than he had to. He still needed to get to Shadow Ridge. Sam breathed in the smell of pine and melting snow as they rode through the brush with the cloudless blue sky above them, trying to simply enjoy her company without overthinking the moment.
Sam!
Rebecca jumped down off her horse, secured the reins to a tree, then ran ahead a few feet where a dead calf lay in the grass.
Coyotes?
He asked, sliding off his horse.
No, rustlers.
She looked back at him.
There's a bullet hole.
Why shoot the cow? Sam asked, rubbing the tight muscle in his leg while he moved closer to where she was standing.
Maybe it was injured. I don't know. Cattle thieves don't care how they treat the livestock, Rebecca said. Plus, they know law enforcement can't keep up, which pretty much gives them free rein.
Her voice faded as she stared at the fallen animal a few seconds longer. A rustling noise pulled him away from the conversation. A street dog caught Sam's attention. It was about 20 feet away, walking straight at them and the dead calf. While there was always a very real danger from the gangs and lawbreakers, they weren't the only things to watch out for. Over the past year, he'd seen both coyotes and dogs slowly take over. They slept during the day, in hidden alleyways, barns, and other hiding places. At night, they came out in packs, running through the streets. No longer was there an animal control service to keep this homeless population of animals at a manageable number. This time, it had nothing to do with money, and everything to do with a complete lack of resources. There were no neutering clinics, trucks to pick up stray and injured animals, or staff to deal with the crisis. Like so many other things, it felt like an impossible situation.
Rebecca, I see him.
We can turn around slowly and hope it doesn't spook the horses.
Unless there are more out there.
A second one appeared, and then a third. A moment later, he could see 6. While packs of coyotes rarely attacked people, wild dogs often carried diseases and other illnesses, and attacks were becoming more common. The pack had seen them. Several of them moved forward, ribs showing how thin they were. Rebecca pulled out her sidearm and started shouting at the pack. He joined in with her, yelling at the top of his lungs and waving his arms. If they ran, they'd be considered prey. If they stood their ground, they might have a chance. 3 more emerged from the trees and started circling around him. "We need to get out of here before we're surrounded," Sam said, while taking a slow step back. He tried to gauge the lead dog's body language. It stood tense and unmoving. His ears now lay flat against his head, all signs of an imminent attack. Sam pulled off his jacket, ready to use it as a distraction if one or more came at him, giving the dog something to attack instead of his arm. Pain gripped his leg as he made his way to his horse, untied the reins, and quickly mounted before they rode away. A moment later, the dogs surrounded the dead calf, no longer interested in them. Sam let out a sigh of relief as they rode the rest of the way in silence to the small house, set on a clearing with a view of the surrounding open ranch land. "Are you okay?" he asked, as he secured the reins to a post in front of the house. "Yeah, though I'm not sure how much more stress my heart can take." She stopped at the top of the porch. "Thank you." "For what?" "For coming with me." He nodded, then waited while she knocked on the door. When no one answered, she pushed the door open and stepped inside ahead of him. Inside there were colorful curtains, thick rugs, and some stunning photographs of New Mexico scenery hanging on the walls, along with some family photos and watercolor landscapes. He knew the couple had agreed to stay on, making it a win-win situation for all of them. But with attacks becoming more and more common, the danger had also escalated. Sam was pretty sure this wasn't what they'd signed up for. "Brandon? Emily?" Silence answered. "Maybe they did ride into town," he said. "There's no use jumping to conclusions." Nothing in the house looked particularly out of place, but it looked as if they'd left suddenly. Dishes were in the sink, a meal on the table half eaten. Had they heard something? Had someone come by? He started toward the hallway, then stopped short. A man, he assumed was Brandon White, lay dead on the floor, with a bullet through his head. Chapter 11. Rebecca turned away at the sight of Brandon's lifeless body. She'd been involved in dozens of murder investigations over the course of her career. But this was personal. She crouched down next to her longtime friend, and her investigative skills automatically took over. A slug lay buried in the wall next to him. Someone had missed, presumably the first shot, then hit him with a second shot. She could assume that Brandon would have been armed as well, though there was no sign of his weapon. "It looks like he might have fired back and hit someone," Sam said. "There's a fresh trail of blood leading to the back door from this point, and I don't think it's Brandon's blood." She fought against the panic as her mind tried to piece together the scenario of what happened. Someone had broken in. Brandon had fought to protect his family. Shots had been exchanged. Brandon had been hit, fatally, but he hadn't gone down without a fight. She felt Sam's hand grip her shoulder. "Rebecca, I know this is hard, but we've got to see if we can find his wife and son." She knew what Sam was thinking. There was a chance that they'd taken the lives of the rest of his family, or even worse, taken them. And time wasn't in their favor. "Please, God, let us find them safe." "I'm going to finish going through the bedrooms," Rebecca said, trying to push back the panic. "Why don't you go to the outbuildings?" Sam held his gun out at his side and shook his head. "We need to stay together." They quickly cleared the rest of the house with no sign of Emily or Lucas. The panic she'd felt when first discovering Brandon was turning into anger, fueling the urgency to find his family. "Where would they go for help?" Sam asked. "If they followed the security protocol,
which they should have, they would go to the next nearest outpost, which is a 20-minute ride. Longer if they went on foot. We could fire a flare and hope someone responds, but I'm worried the wrong people might see it.
Agreed. Let's check the outbuildings quickly, then head to the next outpost. She nodded. They knew at least one of the intruders was injured, but they had no way to know how many had been involved in the attack. She felt the panic as they headed to the barn. The wind had picked up, bringing with it a light flurry of snow and drop in temperatures. How was she supposed to take a step back from the situation so it didn't pull her down like a ton of bricks? She placed her hand on her stomach and worked to slow down her breathing. It had always been the hardest part of her job. Small towns dotted the county that had just over 10,000 people before the grid went down. People were friendly, communities were close-knit, and she'd loved being a part of something far bigger than herself. But that closeness made the tragedies much harder. She didn't want to have to deal with another missing child. Or worse. "We're going to find them," Sam said, catching her gaze. She wanted to believe him, but it was a promise even he couldn't keep. Sam held up his hand as they approached the barn. She stopped when she heard something. Whimpering? Crying? She wasn't sure, but it had come from the direction of the barn. She tightened the grip on her handgun. The hinges on the worn barn door creaked as Sam pulled it open. She stopped for a moment in the doorway, wondering if she'd imagined the noise. No. There it was again. A soft whimpering noise. A black cat skittered past him. Rebecca blew out a sharp breath. She wasn't normally so jumpy, but today had been hard. They walked silently down the middle of the barn. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the wooden planks of the wall and onto the half a dozen IBC tanks holding grain. Having enough food to eat had become a priority to everyone. With no electricity, old refrigerators could be used as storage facilities for food and grain. It had become a balancing act between planting, growing, and ensuring your food stayed safe, both from the elements and from raiders. She stopped again at the sound of a rustling noise. She glanced at Sam, knowing it could be whoever shot Brandon. Silence. There were more rustling noises, and then a figure emerged from the shadows. Rebecca rushed toward Lucas and pulled him into her arms.
"Lucas? Baby, you're safe now. Are you hurt?" she asked, still holding on to his shoulders, as she looked him over to make sure he wasn't injured. His face was wet with tears, and his dark curls were damp, but he didn't look hurt. Lucas shook his head. "No, but Mommy is. She hit her head, and I tried to hide her." Rebecca glanced up at Sam before addressing Lucas again. "Is your mommy here in the barn?" Lucas grabbed her hand and pulled her around the corner of one of the grain containers to a dark corner of the barn. "Emily?" Rebecca crouched down next to his mother. Emily, it's Rebecca. I need you to talk to me." The woman let out a groan and opened her eyes. "Where's Lucas?" "Lucas is fine," Rebecca said. "Can you tell me what happened?" "I don't know. I'm so cold." Emily's hand shook as she pressed her fingers against her temples. "My head hurts so bad." Sam pulled off his jacket, then crouched down next to her so he could wrap it around her shoulders. "Emily, my name is Sam. I used to work as an EMT, and I'd like to assess your injuries." Emily nodded. "What about Lucas? Is he okay?" "He's fine." Sam nodded toward her son, Now, let's make sure you're okay."
Rebecca pulled Lucas against her, while Sam continued his exam. She felt as if she were in the middle of a nightmare and couldn't wake up. How had this happened?
"Can you tell me your name?" Sam asked.
Emily squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, as if pondering her answer, then looked up at him.
"Emily White."
"That's good," Sam continued. "Can you tell me how old you are?"
28.
Do you know what day of the week it is?" Emily let out a low chuckle.
"That's the question I'm not sure I could answer, even if I hadn't hit my head."
"I understand exactly. I feel the same way every day." Sam smiled. "The good news is that you still have your sense of humor."
"Can you tell us what happened?"
Rebecca asked. Fear was back in Emily's eyes.
2 men came up to the house. Brandon told me to sneak out the back door and ride to the Johnsons with Lucas. I was getting the horses ready. There was a gunshot. And...
Emily looked at her son, as if searching for answers.
"The horse got scared and knocked her over," Lucas said. "She fell."
Another shadow crossed Emily's face.
"The gunshot. Where's Brandon? Please tell me he's okay."
Rebecca struggled with what to say, but it wasn't the first time she'd had to speak to the survivor. There was never the right thing to say. Nothing to make things okay. But this was Emily.
"Emily, I know you have a lot of questions, but let me make sure you're okay first," Sam said, postponing the woman's need for answers for the moment. "Does anything else hurt?"
Emily nodded.
"My ankle."
He pulled off her shoe and sock, then pressed gently against her ankle. Emily winced. "Emily, you're doing fine," Sam said, continuing the exam. "Can you move your ankle?" Her jaw tensed as she tried to move it.
"I don't think I can. It hurts too bad."
"That's okay," Sam said. "Don't push it. Does it feel numb and tingly, or just pain?"
"Tingly,"
Emily said. "Lucas," Sam said, "does your mom or dad have a place where they keep ice?"
"Daddy keeps it in the old freezer on the porch."
"Perfect. And Emily, I'm almost done here. Just want to check a couple more vitals." Rebecca squeezed Emily's hand, while Sam checked her pulse again.
"Do you know how long you've been out here?" "I'm not sure."
There was panic in Emily's voice.
"An hour? Maybe 2? With my ankle, I was too afraid to try and leave." "What about the men who attacked?"
Rebecca asked, while Sam finished his exam. The more information they had, the better they'd be able to deal with the situation. But soon, she was going to have to tell her friend about Brandon.
"Did you see him?" "Not really. They wore masks. But one had a scar going down his forehead."
Sam's jaw dropped slightly. "Any tattoos?"
"Tattoos? Yes. On the back of his hand. It was a skeleton in the shape of a butterfly."
Sam cleared his throat. "Emily, I need to run back to the house to get something for your ankle. Lucas, will you stay with your mama for a moment while I talk to the sheriff?" Lucas nodded, then snuggled closer to his mom. Rebecca followed Sam to the barn door, then stopped outside.
"It's Heath Cohen."
"Which means these attacks are likely connected. But we have a more immediate problem to deal with." Sam's frown deepened. "I'm pretty sure her ankle is broken, which means I'm going to need to immobilize it before we move her back to the house. I also need to move Brandon's body into one of the bedrooms and out of sight for now. Then we can get Emily and Lucas settled in the house." Rebecca closed her eyes for a moment, then nodded.
"I'll come help you with Brandon."
I need you to stay with them. And Rebecca, you're going to have to tell her about her husband." Her stomach cinched, but she knew he was right.
"I know. But you can't move him alone with your leg."
"We still don't know where the men who did this are," he said, shaking his head. "One of them is injured, and if they decide to come back, we're going to have to be ready." Chapter 12. Sam's limp felt more pronounced as he headed back toward the house. What worried him was that caring for Emily's injury wasn't all they were dealing with. For one, he couldn't have her and Lucas come back into the house and see Brandon where he was laying right now. That would only multiply the trauma they were already experiencing. The other issue was how vulnerable the four of them were. At least one of the attackers was injured, and depending on how badly he was hurt, there was the chance they could return. If that happened, they were going to have to be prepared. Unwanted memories flashed as he stepped onto the back porch. The moment he'd heard the caravan was being attacked, the sound of gunfire, the pain enveloping his body when the bullet went through his thigh, finding out Asher and Oliver were missing. He thought he was okay, thought that he could keep pushing through without dealing with the trauma. But seeing Brandon's body made him realize how close he'd been to dying, and that there was a very real possibility that they'd never find Asher and Oliver. But as much as he was grateful he was alive, some things in life seemed so unfair. Unfair that, as someone with no responsibility to a family, would survive. And yet Brandon, with a family to take care of, and wife and son who adored him, was suddenly no longer here. He shoved away the guilt, knowing that the thoughts were lies, but that knowledge still didn't erase his frustration over the great loss this family was facing. By the time Sam managed to get the body onto one of the beds and covered, he was sweating from the exertion, and his leg throbbed. He looked through some drawers in the kitchen and found a first aid kit with some medical tape he could use to immobilize Emily's ankle. With everything he needed, he stopped for a moment before heading outside. The last of the lingering sunlight filtered through the living room window, spilling a yellow glow across the floor. The fireplace mantel was covered with framed photos of the three of them: Brandon, Emily, and Lucas. All pictures before the grid went down. He stopped in front of one of them taken at an ice skating rink. They wore broad smiles on their faces and had no idea of what was about to come. Reminders of loss were frequent, prompts that there were no guarantees of tomorrow. But those reminders had also become a motivator for him to get up every morning and be a part of those who were fighting for what was right. Trying to shake his frustration, Sam headed back toward the barn with the first aid kit in hand. A noise shifted his attention away from the farmhouse toward the wooded area to the east. He quickly slid out of sight behind a small storage shed and studied the tree line a few seconds longer. He was about to head for the barn when he saw movement again. Something, or someone, was out there. Sam pulled out his weapon and gripped the firearm, searching the trees for what he'd just seen. A coyote howled in the distance, sending shivers up his spine. But the movement he'd seen was much closer. He made his way quietly into the trees, staying alert to whatever was hiding now that the sun had almost set, leaving behind long, dark shadows. He stopped again, wondering if he might have imagined seeing something. His nerves were already strung tight, leaving him jumpy. He was about to give up the search when he saw a figure with a handgun ahead of him, heading for the barn. Without hesitation, Sam rushed forward, grabbed the man's wrist, and twisted his entire arm behind his body, The man cowered and fell to his knees, dropping the gun in the process.
Ow! My shoulder!
Sam kept the man in the hold, recognizing the scar above one eye and the butterfly tattoo on his hand. The man who'd kidnapped Asher and Oliver. The man who'd attacked Brandon and Emily.
Interesting how tough you are with a gun in your hands. But take away your backup.
Sam kicked away the dropped gun, then pulled up the man's sleeve that was covered in blood.
Looks like you've been shot. You're going to need medical care. Where's the rest of your team?
They'll be back for me.
We'll see about that.
Sam secured the man's wrists and ankles with the medical tape from the first aid kit to a firewood rack lining the side of the barn, hoping the restraint held, then headed to find Rebecca. Rebecca had just stepped out of the barn and into the fading sunlight when he rounded the corner of the building.
Sam, I was starting to get worried about you. Are they okay?
He asked, glancing inside. She shook her head.
No, I just told her about Brandon. We need to get them into the house.
I know, but we've got another problem. We've got company. Rebecca reached for her weapon.
I thought I heard voices. Who?
Heath Cohen. She closed the barn door behind her.
Where is he?
He jutted his chin toward the side of the barn. Temporarily secured to the woodpile. He's injured. Said his team is coming back, but he could be lying. She followed him to where the man sat on the ground, staring straight ahead. Sam pulled out his flashlight and shone it at the man's face.
Heath Cohen?
Rebecca asked, pulling back her jacket to reveal the badge on her hip. The man spat on the ground in front of him, then turned away. Sam shook him with his boot until the man looked back up.
She asked you a question. I'm the sheriff of this county,
Rebecca said, when he still refused to answer.
And we've implemented a very stiff punishment for cattle thieves. As for murder, you'll hang for that.
You've got nothing on me.
I didn't kill anyone. You're going to have to do a lot of convincing then, because I have witnesses who recognize you, Rebecca said. And we know who you are.
Sam knelt down in front of the man, shifting the flashlight to the injured shoulder.
I'm not a doctor, but I do have quite a bit of medical training. And here's something I know. Wounds like this, especially bullet wounds, are easily infected. You see, a bullet isn't the only problem. It depends on what it hits. And then there's the debris pulled into the wound that can get infected. And that's going to become an even bigger problem without medical care. Now, I can help, but you're going to have to answer her questions first, starting with confirming your name.
The man pressed his lips together before finally speaking.
Yes, I'm Heath Cohen. And while I'll admit to stealing cattle, that's it. Why did you attack this house? Rebecca asked. We were supposed to be at the eastern pasture yesterday morning. We showed up there, but the information we had was wrong, and there were no cattle. So we decided to come to the house and get the information straight from the foreman. You mean kill the foreman over the location of a bunch of cattle, Rebecca said. They got in a fight. There was a gunshot.
Rebecca kept her grip on her handgun.
How many of you? 4. And then they left you to take the fall, Rebecca said. Not exactly who I'd want to be working for. They'll be back for me. And it's not like there's a lot of ways to earn a living. I gotta eat somehow and support my family. By stealing other people's property?
Sam frowned. There was no gray area in this situation.
By kidnapping children? Killing people that get in your way? Like I said, I've gotta eat. Where are the 2 boys you took from the caravan a week ago? Rebecca asked.
Cohen still refused to look at them.
I'm tired of the questions, he said. My shoulder is killing me. Answer her question, Sam ordered. Cohen let out a sharp sigh. They're headed to a labor camp, but they're still with us. And the jobs you do? Rebecca asked. How does that work? The man still kept his head down, but at least he was starting to talk. Our boss gets the information he needs on caravans, ranches, and other items he's interested in, then sends us out to do that job. I just do what I'm told. How does he communicate with you? Rebecca asked. Couriers with encrypted letters. What kind of encryption? Rebecca asked. Cohen groaned. They use some kind of code. I've never seen it. Who does he pay to get information? Rebecca asked. Foremen? Cowboys? Connections in town? There's always somebody willing to divulge security protocol and where the cattle are going to be at a given date and time. Rebecca pulled Sam a few feet away so they could talk in private. He's inferring there's a mole, Sam. That one of my father's men betrayed him. We don't know that. He's trying to get into your head. She shoved her hands into her pockets. He's doing a good job. What do you want to do? Sam asked. We need to get Emily and Lucas settled in the house. Emily is expecting one of the men from another outpost to return with their wagon early in the morning. But without a way to transport them, we're going to have to stay the night. I think you're right, he said, already having come to the same conclusion. I still need to immobilize Emily's ankle. Then you can get them settled while I clean our prisoner up. We can keep him in the barn tonight. She nodded, then rested her hand against his arm for a moment. We need to work fast. If he's telling the truth about the men coming back, we need to be ready. It was dark by the time Sam got back to the house. He'd used the first aid kit to clean up Cohen, who had refused to say anything more, then handcuffed him to a bar inside the barn. Inside, something that smelled like meat and spices simmered on the stove. Rebecca stood at the kitchen table, laying out the firearms she'd gathered in case Cohen's buddies decided to return. There's some leftover stew if you're hungry. Rebecca waved toward the stove from where she stood at the table. Emily gave me access to Brandon's gun safe. I need to see what he has so we're ready if they return. Hadn't really thought about eating, but that smells good. His leg throbbed as he ladled out a bowl of the meat and vegetable stew. Did you eat something? Maybe when I'm done here. He wanted to press her to eat, but he knew that wasn't his place. What about Emily and Lucas? Emily's asleep now. Hopefully the sleeping pill you gave her will keep her asleep. I left Lucas snuggled up with her. Rebecca glanced up from the table. We can't stop them from returning, but we can be ready. What about signaling one of the other outposts? I thought about that, but I'm worried about who else might come. Sam nodded as she read off the mental list she'd prepared. There would be no backup or help from a 911 operator. Instead, they were going to have to rely on each other. Perimeter checks, a low-tech alarm system, and, as a last resort, gunfire. Rebecca finished checking the last of Brandon's guns when Lucas appeared in the doorway. I've got it, Sam said, walking over to where Lucas stood, then turning him away from the weapons. Hey, bud, you're supposed to be asleep. Lucas's bottom lip started to quiver. I miss my daddy. Sam crouched down in front of him, not knowing what to say to the little boy who'd lost so much, because there was nothing he could say to make things better. I'm sorry. I truly am. Do you have a daddy? Lucas asked. Yes, but I haven't seen him in a long time. I'm hoping to visit him soon. Maybe I can come with you. Lucas looked toward the front door. Then I'd be safe if the scary men come back. I promise we're going to do everything we can to keep you safe."
Lucas nodded, but he didn't look convinced.
"Mommy didn't want me to know she was crying, but I heard her."
Sam's heart broke. There were so many things he could say. Tell him to be strong, that it was going to get better, that his mom needed him, that he was the man of the family now. But somehow, all of those lines seemed empty. Lucas would get better, but he'd never be the same. His mom did need him, but a 6-year-old couldn't shoulder that kind of responsibility. Which left him where? In a world where survival wasn't easy, and Lucas had just lost his greatest source of security. There were no good answers. Lucas yawned. Sam took the boy's hand. "Do you have a favorite stuffed animal you like to sleep with?" Lucas nodded, then took him to his room where there was a pile of stuffed animals on his twin-sized bed. He grabbed a brown teddy bear and pulled it against his chest. "Do you think you can go back to sleep now?" Sam asked.
"Maybe."
A moment later, he was curled up next to his sleeping mother, eyes closed. Rebecca took a step back from the table when he returned.
"You're good with your hands, good with people, good with kids."
Sam frowned at the compliments. "I didn't do anything. I didn't have the answers he needed to hear. How do you look somebody in the eye and tell him everything's going to be all right, when it's not? When his entire world just fell apart?" She rubbed the back of her neck, the tension she was feeling obvious in her voice.
"He heard exactly what he needed to hear. Words of comfort, without unrealistic expectations. There are no easy or pat answers."
He shook his head and sat down at the bar where he'd set his stew. "No, there aren't."
"Have you figured out where to draw the line?"
His mouth watered as he took a bite, but he wasn't sure what she meant by the question. "What do you mean?"
"There will always be thieves. I get that. But what about the hungry child who steals a loaf of bread? Or the mother who can't feed her children?"
She shook her head.
"We give away what we can, but it's never enough. The gray areas are just so hard to deal with."
Like Heath Cohen kidnapping children and attacking caravans in order to help his family survive. She nodded. The grid going down had turned everything upside down. Survival meant hard work and sacrifices. There was no fast food drive-thrus, takeout, or delivery as a backup plan to a busy day. Money was worthless, which meant putting food on the table required exhausting, hard work. He searched for what to say to a question with no clear answer. "I don't have all the answers, but I still believe that hard times should never mean that we lose sight of what's right or wrong."
"Even if it means good people die?"
she asked. "Sometimes straight and narrow is hard to define," he said finally. "And yet, there has to be rules for a society to function. The grid going down doesn't change that. It just makes it more difficult."
"My father always told me we simply had to be faithful and let God deal with the rest," she said. "But I've discovered firsthand that isn't always easy."
Some days, he wished he could find relief from the negative things happening around him. Time to take a breath and step away from the chaos. Because there was always a cost of caring for others. Empathy fatigue was real, and sometimes it was hard to move through it. His mind shifted to Sasha, a piece of his past he'd tucked away as deep as he could. But while the pain he'd felt at Sasha's death had slowly faded over the last couple years, there would always be a lingering hole in his heart.
"You okay?"
He took a bite of the stew. Today reminded me of someone I was close to. Someone I lost.
What happened?
She started, then shook her head.
I'm sorry. You don't have to tell me.
It's fine. It's been 3 years, though sometimes it feels like yesterday. He started to take another bite, then set his spoon down. Her name was Sasha, and I thought I was going to marry her.
Wow. I'm so sorry. Tell me about her.
We worked for the same fire station. She was good at what she did. Strong, mentally tough. She'd spent time in the Army, and then decided to join the fire department after she was honorably discharged.
Love at first sight?
Rebecca asked, sitting down across from him. Sam smiled at the memories that surfaced. I'm not sure I believe in that, but I felt comfortable with her from the beginning. She was funny, smart, compassionate. His smile faded. We responded to a house fire. A woman was trapped in a bedroom. I was right behind Sasha when the roof collapsed, and she and the woman were both killed.
Oh, Sam. I'm so sorry. I can't imagine.
It felt surreal at the time. I was planning to ask her to marry me. But then, all of a sudden, she was gone. He glanced back at the hallway where Emily and Lucas were sleeping. He couldn't imagine what they were going through right now. The loss they were having to deal with was layered with the fear of what was coming next. But fear of loss wasn't a reason not to love. And wasn't that what he had done? Closed his heart because he didn't want to get hurt again? Kept it guarded because he knew what it was like to lose someone he loved. But hadn't that stopped him from moving forward to having a wife and family of his own? Someone like Rebecca. The confession surprised him, but he felt comfortable around her, as if they'd known each other for years. He glanced up at her and felt the wall around his heart start to crumble. Maybe it was time to take a risk. Chapter 13. Rebecca headed back to the house after making another perimeter check. Their prisoner was still secure, and there was no sign of the return of the men who'd attacked. But her irritation and anxiety had escalated, and she wasn't sure why. A shiver ran down her spine as the wind blew through her coat. She hated feeling vulnerable, hated second-guessing her decisions. Maybe they should have risked going back to her father's place in the dark with Emily and Lucas. Or maybe she should have rode to town for backup. It couldn't have been more dangerous than staying here and feeling like sitting ducks. But riding at night was something she tried to avoid. Plus, Emily's injury would have made the trip difficult. What she needed was a distraction to counteract her antsiness and her confused feelings toward Sam. She'd been surprised at how he had opened up to her about Sasha, the woman he'd once been in love with, the woman he'd lost. She knew the loss had changed him. Loss always did. Just like she knew the pain probably still ran deeper than he'd implied. And yet, his willingness to open up to her had left her wanting to know more about him. The past molded who they were. Just like Sasha and her death would have been a part of what shaped who he was today. What she wasn't sure of was if he felt the same connection to her she felt toward him. And yet, that growing connection was what terrified her. Because Sam McQuaid wasn't the only one who'd lost someone. A fire was crackling in the fireplace when she got back inside, warming up the chilly room. Sam stood at the sink in the kitchen, with a towel thrown over his shoulder, washing dishes by the light of a lantern.
Our prisoner's awake, but he's not going anywhere, she said.
wishing she didn't notice the light casting shadows on his broad shoulders and muscular physique. "I just checked on our patients, and they're sound asleep," Sam said, grabbing the last dish. "Do you want the rest of the stew? I saved you some." She shook her head.
"I'm fine. Really. I'm not hungry."
He set his hands on his hips. "How about some hot chicory root coffee? It's cold out there." She started to say no, then stopped. "That actually sounds perfect. Go warm up by the fire, and I'll bring you some." She hesitated, then moved into the other room and sat down on the couch. There was nothing more she could do now but wait, which should help her to relax. Why, then, did being in the same room with Sam make her feel like her heart might explode? He came into the living room a moment later with a large mug and handed it to her. "I can't promise it tastes good, but it will warm you up."
"Thanks."
She took a sip and smiled. "I won't say I don't miss my morning espressos with Italian cream, but I'm kind of getting used to this stuff." "It's passable," he said. She laughed, but only to cover up the pain from today. Inside, her lungs were still fighting for air. "You okay?" he asked, sitting down next to her.
"I will be,"
she said, taking another sip. "All this is quite a heavy burden to carry," he said after a long silence had passed between them. "Especially when you try to carry it by yourself." She looked over at him. "I'm not trying to do this by myself. I've just seen the way you take responsibility for everyone. But you can't be responsible for everything that happens on your father's land, let alone across the county." She frowned, feeling her defenses automatically surface. "It's my job to make sure that the people I work for make it through this. You've done an amazing job, but there's no way that you can control everything that's going on. It's not humanly possible. You've got to give yourself some grace. We live in a completely different world now." She took another sip of the tea, trying to control her frustration. "It's not easy to let go." "No, it's not. But I don't want you to carry the guilt for something you can't control. You can only do that for so long, until it will start to eat you up." She knew he was right. Knew he was only trying to help. But still, fatigue and guilt could be a deadly mixture. She set her mug down on the table next to her.
"I don't need your help, Sam. I don't need your sympathy. You sound just like my father. He's always trying to help, always telling me that I need to stop working so hard. The bottom line is that Brandon shouldn't have died, and now I have to figure out a way to stop these people from doing this again."
"Then just don't try and do it alone. You're going to burn out if you're not careful, and then what will happen?" She frowned at his advice. He'd only known her for a short time, and was prodding into things that weren't any of his business. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound harsh, but I see you in pain and know that you're carrying a burden. I just want to help." She felt him studying her, like he could read her, like he'd seen the defeat in her eyes, the powerless feeling of doing everything you can to fix something when you can't. She pressed her hand against her stomach. He'd been vulnerable with her about his past. Maybe it was time she did the same thing.
"No, I'm the one who's sorry,"
she said finally, looking up at him. Sam shook his head. "You have nothing to be sorry about."
"No, I keep trying to push you away. But you're different from the men I know and work with. Except for my father. You're a bit too much like him."
A slight smile teased her lips.
"None of them would stand up to me and say what you've said. Sometimes I need that."
I've been told I was stubborn more than once. Sam smiled back, as if relieved he hadn't pushed her too hard. I know that Brandon was your friend, but I also know that whatever you're feeling runs deeper than his death.
It's so many things, she said finally. When I was elected as sheriff, I was at the top of the world. I'd worked hard to get there, and career-wise, it was a huge step as a woman. But I was also doing something that I loved. Then the grid went down, and all of a sudden, I was facing doing the job with no resources. You know how it is out here. People are spread out with no way to communicate, and getting to where I need to be takes time. I quickly realized that my responsibilities had grown to something I didn't know how to handle. But I was determined to do my job and keep the people of this county safe. And when I couldn't...
Rebecca pulled a throw blanket from the back of the couch, up over her feet, and drew in a slow, deep breath as the fire crackled in front of them, thankful he was letting her share at her own pace. She might be used to dealing with other people's trauma, but she was still working through her own trauma of the day.
I was at the sheriff's department when a messenger arrived, she said finally,
dredging up memories she'd tried so hard to forget.
He told me something had happened in a small town north of here. 3 families had stayed behind after the rest had left, deciding that it was worth the risk to keep their cattle in place, with plenty of food and water. I told them it wasn't safe, that they were too isolated. And yet what choice did they really have? They were only thinking of feeding their families.
She fiddled with the fringe on the edge of the blanket.
We arrived in the small town just as the sun was coming up. I remember how quiet it was. I'd gotten used to no traffic noises, but there were no children playing. No birds chirping in the trees. Just so quiet. The first body I found was someone I recognized. I'd worked with him on several occasions. They slaughtered those families in order to get cattle that they could trade and sell. I can't get those images out of my mind, no matter how hard I try. And now, with Brandon gone, it's like another tsunami I can't control.
Tears she'd forced down for so long surfaced. Sam reached out to her and pulled her into his arms, then let her press her head against his chest. Being vulnerable terrified her. His nearness terrified her. She couldn't stop fighting to keep people safe. But when she failed, when there was no way to stop the evil around you, how was she, how was anyone, supposed to do that?
I know this is difficult, he said, but you're one person in the middle of an impossible situation. You need to rest. And when I don't have the luxury of walking away?
She wiped her face with the back of her hand, not one to leave the safety of his arms still wrapped around her.
Then what do I do? I had to tell Emily that her husband was dead, Lucas that his father wasn't coming back. Asher and Oliver are still missing. If we don't stop the realm, or whoever's behind this, it's just going to keep happening.
He pushed back a strand of her hair that had fallen against her face.
You've done a lot of the right things. You have a good support system working with you. But it's too much for you to take on all of this responsibility and guilt. What am I supposed to do?
Because it wasn't simply finding the men responsible for this attack. She'd seen the personification of evil out there. Those who didn't think twice about killing someone over a meal, or wiping out a town over a head of cattle.
There's no easy answer, Sam said.
All I know to do is pray for wisdom, and then do the best you can. She focused on the warmth of his arms around her, wondering how he'd become someone who'd helped her carry the burden. Someone who had brought to the surface an unexpected attraction that had turned into something far deeper. Which was part of the problem. Sam McQuaid was someone she could imagine spending the rest of her life with. He was brave, smart, a man full of integrity, who had a heart for those around him. Maybe if this were another place and time, but now wasn't the time to be pursuing a romantic interest. She needed to stay focused on her job.
"I'm sorry," she said. "You don't need my burdens, too."
"I don't mind." He reached for her hand and squeezed it. "When I was traveling with a small group, we all had roles. We knew that alone we wouldn't make it. But together we had a chance."
"I've gotten pretty good at delegating,"
she said, staring at their interlocked fingers.
"But no matter how much I delegate, it is still ultimately my responsibility to keep my county safe from the evil around them."
She felt her own inner turmoil, trying to justify her feelings toward him. But loss had been what created the wall around her heart in the first place. Taking it down terrified her. "Rebecca?"
"Sorry, I was just thinking about you."
He leaned forward and caught her gaze, still holding her hand. "Sometimes you just have to take a chance." He leaned forward and brushed his lips against hers, hesitated, then deepened the kiss when she didn't pull away. And his kiss was everything she'd expected. Warm and tender, passionate, yet cautious. Until panic reared its ugly head. She pulled away. No, she wasn't going down this road. It would only break her heart in the end.
"I'm sorry, but I can't do this."
She stood up, wishing there was somewhere to run.
"Rebecca, I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. I just can't go there. This cannot happen."
She never should have crossed the line from professional to personal. Never should have let him kiss her. They'd known each other for too short a time, and they were simply reacting emotionally from all of the heartache they'd seen today. Giving her heart away was something she was never going to let happen again. Chapter 14. The sun had just risen when Rebecca finished settling Emily and Lucas in the back of the wagon their neighbor had returned. Neither of them had said much to her this morning, as they continued to process the shock of Brandon's death. She'd helped Sam bury the body beneath a cottonwood tree, then marked it with a cross before letting Emily and Lucas say goodbye. Their prisoner, who was now securely handcuffed to the buckboard, had also been quiet, refusing to give her any more information. Rebecca wasn't done trying. They needed to find the missing boys, and Heath Cohen was their best lead. "Do you need anything else from the house?" Sam asked, before shutting the front door.
"No, we're ready to go."
He nodded, then headed to the horse he was going to ride. Rebecca climbed up next to their prisoner and started for town, knowing Sam was frustrated with her. The long night had ended up being uneventful and awkward. Awkward because Sam McQuaid had kissed her. Awkward because she'd let down her guard and kissed him back. Emotions from the day might have skewed her perception, but it was a mistake she wasn't going to make again. As soon as they arrived in town, she'd have someone accompany him to the church, where the group he'd been traveling with was staying. And after that, there was going to be no need to see him again. 40 minutes later, she walked through the front door of the sheriff's department with Sam and their prisoner. Not much had changed inside the brick building since the grid went down, other than to shove computers and other electronics into a storage room and replace them with pen and paper and a new filing system for cases and suspects. The row of jail cells located behind him were typically filled with drunks, sleeping off their alcohol stupor. And if they got overcrowded, well, there was no longer anywhere to send them. "I got your message from Frankie," Jeremy said, shoving back his chair and standing up. "Are Brandon and Emily okay?"
"No,"
Rebecca said, handing their prisoner over to one of the deputies to process. Saying it out loud made the emotions hit like another tidal wave.
"The outpost was attacked. Brandon's dead."
Oh, wow. Jeremy sat back down again. "I'm so sorry."
"I took Emily and Lucas to Helen Phelps's home. They're close friends, and Helen will be able to help them through this."
She dropped her backpack onto her desk.
"Any updates on our missing boys?"
"Unfortunately, no. And last night ended up being chaotic, especially considering how spread thin we are," Jeremy said, tapping his pen against the desk. 3 armed robberies, more than likely connected, and a drug bust."
"A drug bust?"
she asked.
"We were out trying to track down a couple suspects in the robberies, and in the process discovered several 100 pounds of marijuana and methamphetamines."
Drug trafficking, like cattle rustling, had increased substantially, even with the grid going down. On top of that, their efforts usually felt like a drop in the bucket, as they were forced to prioritize their limited resources. It was just another added frustration to Rebecca's already growing stress.
"We've got more to worry about," she said. "The rash of organized attacks we've been seeing are happening across the state. The governor refers to them as an organized group called the Realm. Apparently they're behind the grid going down and are doing their best to cause chaos."
Jeremy leaned back in his chair.
"It makes sense that they're an organized group, and why we always feel like we're a step behind." "Agreed. I need you to have Langley set up a meeting with all the deputies so we can go over new security protocols from the governor. I also need the updated file from the other counties we just received."
"Of course," Jeremy said, grabbing the file off his desk and handing it to her.
"Who's your prisoner?" "He's connected to both the caravan attack as well as Brandon's murder. He isn't saying much, so I want to let him stew for a bit. Hopefully he'll be ready to talk soon."
She waved her hand toward the hallway.
"Meet me in the conference room. I want to see if there's a pattern to these attacks."
She knew she was more than likely just grasping at straws, but she wasn't going to just sit and do nothing. Not with a murderer out there. And with no way to do forensic testing on the crime scene, no way to test bullets or surveillance footage. All they could do was pray that they got a break.
"How can I help? Is there a search party I can join?" Sam said, still waiting by the door.
Rebecca frowned. She'd almost forgotten he was here. Almost.
"Not right now. I'm sorry. I'll have someone take you to the church, where you can meet up with the rest of your caravan." "May I suggest he stays?" Jeremy asked, pausing in the doorway. "From what I've seen, he could be an asset, and we definitely need the help."
Rebecca hesitated before responding, not wanting Jeremy to read in her expression that the last person she wanted working with them was Sam McQuaid. But letting personal feelings get in the way was only going to get her in trouble.
"Good idea."
She forced a smile, then glanced at Sam.
"Do you mind?"
Sam shook his head.
"Of course not."
Rebecca headed to the conference room, where they had the best light from a large row of windows overlooking the parking lot, then pulled out the large whiteboard and rolled it in front of the wall. Local sheriffs from the different counties had done their best to stay in contact, sharing information via couriers who traveled from county to county. The last packet of information she'd received had included information on a specific gang traveling south, who had attacked a number of towns and ranches across Highway 25. It was like trying to put a puzzle together without knowing what the final picture was, especially if this was the work of something bigger than simply the work of local gangs. Sam stepped into the room behind her. "If you don't want me here, I understand."
"It's fine."
She drew in a deep breath, then blew it out.
"Really?"
"Langley will have everyone here in an hour," Jeremy said, stepping into the room.
"Perfect. For now, let's start with a list of attacks," she said,
handing Jeremy the list, pinning up a map of the state, then pulling out her markers and sticky notes.
"Maybe we can see some kind of pattern and find where these guys are working out of. See where they are heading."
Jeremy opened the file, then started listing off the locations of the attacks listed by the sheriffs. For every attack, she pinned it with the flag, including the latest attack at the edge of her father's ranch. 15 minutes later, she took a step back and stared at the flags. It wasn't enough information, but at least it was another piece of the puzzle. One step closer to getting ahead of this, and hopefully narrowing in on where they were hiding out.
"They're heading northeast," Jeremy said, "straight through the county. And it looks to me like they've tapped into the already established drug trafficking pipeline, which makes sense. It fits their needs."
She tapped her finger against the board.
"They need a place to attack and then disappear. A route where they can easily transport goods and cattle and sell them. The back roads they're using have quick access to the majority of the counties and states. Something drug runners have done for decades," Jeremy said. "We could set up roadblocks. If they have scouts like we believe, they could simply avoid them," she said.
The state contains 4 regions with diverse terrain. The Great Plains to the east were filled with rivers and deep canyons. It had always been a place for sheep and cattle ranching. Further south, there was more farming, along with rocky formations throughout the region. The Colorado Plateau to the northwest was a rugged area with deep canyons and flat-topped mesas. The Rocky Mountains to the north, and then the Basin and Range region covered about a third of the state, which was again marked by rugged mountain ranges, and the Rio Grande that flowed south to Texas and Mexico. But beneath the beauty of the state was illicit drug and firearm pipelines, fueled by the cartels. The problem wasn't new. Alcohol had been smuggled through routes in place during Prohibition. Before the grid went down, couriers had moved cocaine and other drugs through the United States. If anything, the drugs, overdose deaths, and related violence had increased over the past year. They already had well-established drug distribution networks from the southwest border of the United States, then throughout the rest of the country. International human smuggling networks were linked to other transnational crimes, including drug trafficking and the corruption of government officials. One of the deputies knocked on the door. "The prisoner you brought in wants to talk, but only to Mr. McQuaid."
"No way,"
Rebecca said, not liking where this was going. They needed information, but Sam wasn't qualified to interrogate a prisoner.
"He doesn't get to choose who he talks to."
"I agree," Jeremy said, standing up. "If he's ready to talk, I'll talk with him." "He's pretty insistent about who he will talk to," the deputy said. "Maybe I should at least try," Sam said from where he'd been sitting at the end of the table. "He has information that could help us find Asher and Oliver." "I meant it when I said you could be an asset to us," Jeremy said. "But this is an interrogation. I have to agree with the sheriff that this wouldn't be a good move." Rebecca hesitated before answering, still dealing with the brewing frustration she'd been harboring. Letting her personal feelings color her job was becoming a distraction she couldn't afford.
"He can talk with you, but I'll be in the room with you," she said,
making her decision. "Not a problem," Sam said. "I'm just here to help." Rebecca told the deputy to take the prisoner to one of the interrogation rooms, still not thrilled with the plan. But she had to give Sam credit. He might not be law enforcement, but his job as a first responder had given him unique experiences and made him more qualified than most. Cohen was sitting in a chair set against the wall in a small room they'd converted into an interrogation room. The only other furniture in the room was a table and 2 additional chairs set under a window that allowed them to conduct interviews during the day without additional light. "I was told you wanted to talk with me," Sam said, sliding into a chair across from the man, while Rebecca stood against the back wall. Cohen's furrowed brow emphasized the scar above his eye. "I know you are frantic to find those boys from your caravan. I can help you get them back." Sam folded his hands in front of him. "Why would you do that?" "There are things about me you don't know." "I'm listening," Sam said. Cohen stared at the table. "A decade ago, I was in a gang. I did a lot of horrible things. Spent time in prison. Then the last time I got out, I managed to get my life back together. I went to trade school to be a welder. And then I met Miranda." Cohen smiled for the first time. "We have 3 little girls. Everything was perfect. Until the grid went down." Rebecca watched Sam's reaction while they waited for Cohen to continue, impressed with his calm and composed manner. "You saw my skull butterfly tattoo, but you didn't see this one." Cohen pulled up his sleeve where 3 names had been tattooed onto his forearm. "Quinn, Rowan, and Charlotte. These are my 3 girls. When I got this tat, I never thought I'd end up back here, on the wrong side of the law." "So what happened?" Sam asked. "My wife got sick about 3 months into the blackout. We'd somehow managed to scrape by until then. But after a couple months of her being sick, I knew there was no way we were going to survive. My wife was dying, and my kids were always hungry. When I was approached about a job from an old friend of mine, I knew I didn't have a choice. It was that, or my family would starve." "Where's your family now?" Sam asked. "At one of the emergency camps near the Arizona border. They were taken there and promised health care and food. I've seen them twice, and they're struggling, but at least their needs are being met." Rebecca frowned. She'd heard rumors of camps, but no confirmation they actually existed. Still, she wasn't sure she was ready to buy his change of heart. "2 boys are missing, and you were a part of an attack where 2 men were murdered, and a second attack where a father and husband was killed." "I've done a lot of terrible things, yes, but it was only to keep my family safe. Those who don't have protection, they don't make it." "So how do we get the boys back?" Sam asked. "They have a camp set up about 5 miles east of here. Jenkins is the man in charge, and he's waiting orders for their next job. But you can't just walk in. They will have armed guards and round-the-clock security." Rebecca pulled a map of the county off the wall and set it in front of him. "Show me exactly where." Cohen studied it for a moment, then tapped his finger on a location. "They're holed up in an old deserted farmhouse." Rebecca grimaced. She knew the place. It was open, with ample views for a security team to see anyone who was approaching. If they went in, they'd be picked off like flies. "How are we supposed to get 'em?" Sam asked. "I knew this day would come, so I made sure I had insurance." Cohen scooted back his chair, then held up his hands. "I need to take off my shoe. It's where I hid it." Sam glanced at Rebecca, who nodded for him to go ahead. Cohen took off his shoe, then set it on the table, before pulling out a folded-up piece of paper from under the sole. "What is it?" Sam asked.
"Your way in."
"Explain?"
"I told you they communicate with couriers and encrypted letters. This," he held up the folded paper, "it's an encryption key to all their communication."
"How did you get that?" Cohen unfolded the paper, then slid it across the table to Sam.
"One night a few of the men got a bit too drunk, and I decided to take advantage of it, and copied it down. If you have the key, you can communicate with them," Cohen said. "This is how they coordinate the movement of their stolen goods, and how the different groups are able to communicate with each other. This is how you get in."
"So it would be possible to not only send communications, but control them," Rebecca said.
Cohen nodded.
"The best way in would be to send someone in as a courier with instructions on their next hit. That way they have to leave their hideout, making them more vulnerable. You'll also be able to see exactly how many men are there, their security, and where the boys are. But," Cohen emphasized, "you're going to have a short window of time, 12, 24 hours at the most. They never stay anywhere long, and if the courier they're waiting for shows up first, you'll lose your way in."
Coded languages had been used for centuries, as crime syndicates needed ways to stay hidden. When the grid went down, a lot of these criminals were already using handwritten, coded snail mail. Secret alphabets that gave them low-tech channels of communication and allowed their criminal activities to continue.
"Why not just wait until they move?"
Rebecca asked, still working through the information that they had.
"That's a possibility, but if you hand them a letter with instructions of their next job, you're in control of where they go. You can be there when they show up."
"How does this help you?" Sam said, asking the question Rebecca had been wondering.
"When they find out I've been arrested, they'll stop protecting my family."
"You really were expecting them to come back for you," Sam said.
"Something I shouldn't have."
Cohen leaned forward.
"I need you to get my family out of that camp. I need to know they're safe. And then, you can do with me whatever you want."
Sam pushed his chair back. "If what you have told us checks out, we'll ensure the safety of your family. But if this is a trap..." Cohen pulled up his sleeve, revealing again the tattoo of his children's names.
"This is all that matters to me."
Sam exited the room. Rebecca followed him, then shut the door to the interrogation room behind him.
"You don't have the authority to make those kinds of promises," Rebecca said.
"No, but you do." Rebecca let out a sharp breath of exasperation as they headed back to the conference room.
"It's too risky. What if he's lying about all of this?"
"What if he's telling the truth?" Sam said. "Let me go in as a courier. You need the information I can get. And even more importantly, you're going to need all of your men to take him down." She stopped in the middle of the hallway.
"I can't ask you to do that. You're not even a part of our department."
"Which is why I need to be the one to do this. There's a good chance that their scouts can identify you and your deputies. And none of the other men saw me the night of the raid."
"We don't know that."
"Are you willing to bet one of your deputies' lives on that assumption?" Sam argued. "I spent my career walking into burning buildings. I can do this." Rebecca slumped in aggravation. Apparently, Sam McQuaid was more stubborn than she realized. "I'm willing to take the risk," Sam said, "because this might be our only opportunity. Not only because they have Asher and Oliver, but if we don't stop them, they're just going to continue terrorizing your county." Rebecca stepped into the conference room, where Jeremy was going through the file from the other governors, and quickly updated them on the conversation. "If we know the location, why don't we just go in and take him down?" Jeremy asked.
It would more than likely turn into a bloodbath, Sam said.
He's right,
Rebecca said.
I know that place, and we can't afford to take the risk of just showing up.
So this plan, Jeremy said. Do you think it's worth the risk?
It's definitely dangerous, but it might be the only way we get the boys back. We can send them on a route that gives us the advantage.
Rebecca rubbed the back of her neck, then turned to Sam.
They'll have to buy the fact that you're a courier.
If Cohen is telling the truth, it should work. And if he's lying? Jeremy asked. I think it's worth the risk, Sam said. He's trying to save his family, and this might be a one-time opportunity to take him down. I could go with him, if that would make you feel better, Jeremy said. At least, part way. Then stay back far enough that their security doesn't see me. Rebecca nodded. I'll have a team in signaling range ready to swoop in if anything goes wrong. Anything they planned was risky, because at this point, they only had the word of a criminal. It could be a trap. She glanced at Sam, praying they were making the right decision moving ahead, knowing she could be sending him into a death trap. And that was something she didn't want to be responsible for. Chapter 15. Sam stepped out of the bathroom inside the sheriff's department, wearing clean blue jeans and a black t-shirt, layered with a flannel shirt someone had given him. It was hard not to wonder how he'd gotten into this situation. Attacked, shot, and now walking into a possible trap that might get him killed. If he were honest, this was a few degrees out of his comfort zone. His motivation, though, was what was stopping him from turning back. Getting Asher and Oliver back was all that mattered. He reached down and rubbed his thigh as he walked. The cold aggravated the pain in his leg, but he was going to have to ignore the inconvenience. He had far more serious things on his mind. They'd spent the last hour composing the courier's note that he was going to hand over. Plus, they had worked through all the possible scenarios of things that could go wrong. Rebecca and her deputies had chosen the next job carefully. 300 pounds of marijuana and methamphetamines, confiscated from the night before, had been stashed in an empty warehouse. It should be a large enough plunder to squelch any questions and allow law enforcement to gain the advantage. Rebecca was talking to one of her deputies in the lobby when Sam walked out. She dismissed the other man, then waited for him with her hands clasped behind her back and her hair tied in a long braid beneath her sheriff's beanie.
Are you ready?
She asked. Yeah, he said, hoping he sounded more confident than he felt.
Good, because you're about to step into a hornet's nest.
Jeremy's getting the horses ready, he said, not liking her analogy. I'm supposed to get the final letter from you, then head out with him.
Here's the letter,
she said, handing him an envelope.
Are you sure you want to go through with this? I can still use one of my men.
You're going to need every one of your men to pull this off. I'll be fine. It was a straightforward assignment. He was to hand over the letter, ask for something to eat, and get all the information he could get while inside. Cohen had prepped him for any questions he thought Jenkins might ask. Sam just hoped it was enough, and that they weren't somehow walking into a huge trap. He studied her gaze, wishing she would let him in, or at least forgive him for crossing the line with her. But something told him that wasn't going to happen. She was only letting him do this because he'd insisted. Does Charlie know about our plan? He asked, slipping the letter into his backpack.
I just received word that he and the others got back into town last night, after another failed search for the boys. I sent a deputy to tell them we'd meet with them first thing in the morning and plan a new strategy, depending on what happens today. I didn't want to get their hopes up, and I don't want any more civilians involved. And Sam,
Rebecca hesitated before continuing.
I hope you're not doing this to somehow try to make things right between us. I'm doing this for Asher and Oliver, which is why I can't just walk away from this.
She nodded.
Okay. I need you to be careful.
He studied her face, trying to figure out what had softened her demeanor toward him. There was a blush on her cheeks from the cold, a hint of worry in her eyes, and the curve of her lips. No, he wasn't going there again. He might be unsure how he'd fallen for her in such a short time, but she'd made it clear that nothing was going to happen between them.
There's something else.
She nodded toward the parking lot, then headed outside with him.
I overreacted last night, and I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize, Sam said, not needing the distraction right now.
No, I need to. I owe you an explanation.
He nodded, reminding himself that she was simply clarifying what she'd done, not opening a door to a relationship. Besides, a relationship with a New Mexico sheriff would be complicated. He'd leave after this, back to Shadow Ridge and his family, and there was no way to make a long-distance relationship work. Clouds fanned out above them, and the melting snow had left a thin layer of slush across the parking lot as they walked for a few moments in silence. Ahead of them, a large storage barn and corral had been erected in the far corner to house the horses used for the department. Rebecca shoved her hands into her coat pocket, avoiding his gaze.
His name was Will. We were both in college and met at a football game. We had a lot in common. We were both studying criminal justice, and we fell in love.
Sam kept up with her, not wanting to interrupt, not wanting to push her into telling more than she felt like, but also grateful for her vulnerability.
We got married after our senior year. He wanted to teach and decided to go on and get his master's. He went back to school, while I went on to the police academy and got my first assignment at a local precinct. It was hard, and we didn't see each other a lot, but I thought everything was perfect between us. Until I found out it wasn't. Long story short, he was having an affair with another student, one who apparently understood him better than I did.
Wow, I'm sorry, he said, unsure of how to respond. No matter how much time had passed, he knew she still carried the scars from that part of her life. She stopped and turned to him, the wind tugging at her hair from beneath her beanie.
I ended up moving back here, she said. Smaller towns have disadvantages, but they also have advantages. I decided to try and completely start over.
And now you're the sheriff.
To be honest, that wasn't on my radar.
She hooked her thumbs in her belt.
At least, not at the beginning. I wanted to help people, make a difference. The grid going down complicated things, but I still love what I do.
If you ask me, God put you here for a reason. You've done an amazing job. She shrugged.
I just wish it wasn't so hard sometimes. And yes, sometimes I wish I wasn't doing this alone. I think that's what scared me. For a moment, you made me wonder what it might be like to have a partner through all of this. But Will walked out on me, and I don't think I can go through that again.
Sam took a moment to compose what he needed to say. I'm going to be honest, Rebecca. I have feelings for you, but I never should have kissed you.
And I shouldn't have walked away from you like that. But what I'm feeling, this scares me, Sam. I'm not ready to let someone else in.
He wasn't sure how a woman he'd just met had managed to turn his world and his heart upside down. A woman he wanted to get to know better, because everything he knew about her only fueled that flame. He just wished there weren't so many things that had to be dealt with. And the last thing he needed right now was a distraction.
"Just promise me you'll be careful and not do anything rash," she said, breaking into his thoughts. "Stick to the plan and get out of there if anything goes wrong. You have nothing to prove."
He nodded, wishing that the timing and situation was different.
"Sounds like you're worried about me." "Of course I'm worried. I feel responsible for you, and I'm already questioning my decision to let you go. If anything goes wrong..."
He knew what she was thinking. Knew that they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. It meant no mistakes, no unnecessary risks.
"We both know that this is what we need to do," he said. "The only way we can stop this."
Sam tried to shrug off the seriousness of what they were going to do as he headed to the horses, not wanting to worry Rebecca any further. But he couldn't help but wonder if they were making a mistake. He knew she wasn't completely on board with him going as the courier, but she had been supportive, acknowledging that it may be the only way to put these guys out of business. They needed to know who was behind the attacks, who was organizing. And as far as he was concerned, this was the only way to find out. What he hadn't expected was Rebecca Holt to be such a strong motivation for him to return. He'd originally just wanted to rescue Asher and Oliver, but somehow she got under his skin. That smile, the tilt of her head when she was thinking, the way she tugged on her earlobe when she got embarrassed.
"I'll be careful," he said, "and I want you to do the same. And when I get back..."
Jeremy hollered at them, interrupting him.
"Horses are ready, and I've got the rest of the stuff packed up."
Sam breathed a heavy sigh. There were so many things he wanted to say to her. He studied the curve of her lips for a moment, fighting the urge to kiss her again. Instead, he simply brushed her arm with his fingers, then took a step back.
"We'll talk when this is over."
Jeremy was leading out 2 horses from the barn. Sam didn't know much about the man, other than the fact he seemed proficient and level-headed. Still, adrenaline had upped his heart rate, putting his nerves on edge. He was used to the adrenaline rush of arriving at a fire, putting his life on the line, and dealing with the unknown factor. This assignment was no different.
"You ready to ride?"
Jeremy asked, handing him the horse's reins.
"Let's go."
Chapter 16. Sam followed Jeremy down an unmarked trail, typically traversed by locals according to Rebecca. It felt like more of a desert, open, with lots of brush, and the occasional jackrabbit and lizard. There was no shade, making this trail more difficult in the summer, but for now, in the middle of winter, the temperature was perfect.
"How far of a ride?" Sam asked. "Half an hour or so. It's not that far, but there are a few rough spots. You still feeling up to it?" "I'll be fine. Any discomfort is worth it as far as I'm concerned." "She's impressive, isn't she? Rebecca."
Sam frowned, not liking the shift of the conversation.
"She's worked hard to get where she is," Jeremy continued. "Police academy, first female sergeant in her department, one of the few female sheriffs in the country. And yet, as much as she's happy to prove herself, she's always made it clear that she didn't want anything handed to her. She earned her position." "I've been impressed."
Sam glanced at the deputy, not really wanting to confess just how deep his feelings had gone. It wasn't the time or the place to think about a relationship, but getting Rebecca Holt out of his head was proven to be impossible.
"Her father keeps pressuring her to start a family," Jeremy said, "but I'm not sure she ever will. We made an attempt to date before she was elected sheriff,
but she takes her job seriously. It came down to choosing her career over me, and I don't really see her changing." Sam stared out over the terrain, uncomfortable with the deputy's confession. Jeremy adjusted his sunglasses. "I've seen the way you look at her." Sam shifted in his seat. "I'm not sure how you got that idea. I'm just giving you a friendly warning that pursuing Rebecca Holt will get your heart broken." Sam frowned at the unsolicited advice. He wasn't interested in any relationship insights from this man. Maybe the sharp reaction was simply exaggerated because of the situation, and his nerves were on edge. But neither of them needed to be talking about Rebecca on a personal level. "Right now," Sam said, "I'm just interested in tracking down the men who attacked our party and kidnapped our boys. Once we get them back, I plan on leaving for Texas." "Good, because we're almost there. See that ridge ahead?" Jeremy asked. "Yeah. It's on the top of a rocky slope. It will give me the cover I need to keep an eye on things below. Rebecca will be behind me so I can signal her when to move in, if there's any trouble. Otherwise, they'll wait for the men to leave." A minute later, Sam rode to the edge of the bluff alone, then started down the rocky slope on horseback. Open land spread out at the bottom, leading to tall grass and scatterings of bushes. Further to the west there was a large grove of trees. It felt strange to finally be alone after traveling with a group for so long. Strange to think that this was an area where thousands of people and wagons had made their way between Mexico and small towns that had once covered this state. A moment later, he saw the farmhouse. It had likely been abandoned for years, with its cracked walls and sagging corrugated metal roof. A few trees had been planted around the house decades ago, and now stood majestically around it. But even they weren't enough to hide anyone approaching the house. He kept riding at an even pace, waiting for someone to see him. It didn't take long. A few seconds later, 4 men appeared with shotguns aimed at him. He held his hands up higher, the letter he'd brought with him flapping in the breeze, praying the script Cohen had given him didn't get him killed. "I have a message for Jenkins." The tallest man with a thick red beard stepped forward. "I've never seen you before." "I've been working in the other part of the state until recently," Sam said, playing the role he'd been given. The man held out his hand. "Give me the letter." "Hold on." Sam held the man's gaze. "I was told to give it directly to the boss." "Jenkins!" the man shouted, as Sam got down off his horse. A man walked out of the house, matching the description Cohen had given him. 6 foot, burly, and sleeve tattoos on both arms. "This better be important." "Our courier's here." "Finally. I'm ready to get moving." Jenkins set the bowl of food he'd been eating down on a stump, snatched the letter out of Sam's hand, and tore it open. "What's your name?" "Sam." He signaled for one of the men to pat Sam down while he read the letter. Sam held up his hands. "I've got a Colt Python in my holster." "Let him be." Jenkins tapped the letter against his leg. "We've just got our next assignment." "What is it?" one of the men asked. "A couple 100 pounds of grass and ice in an old warehouse in town." Jenkins took a few steps forward, stopping in front of Sam. "Who vetted you?" "Ricky." "Heard Rick's been doing a lot of fishing up in the San Juan River." "I doubt that, considering he's deathly allergic to fish. And Ricky hates being called Rick." Jenkins dropped his arms to his sides. "You looking to make more than a courier?" Sam blew out a soft, undetectable sigh of relief. Apparently, he'd answered correctly. "What are you offering?"
A chance to quadruple what you get now. Rumors have it that trains with steam engines will be running again soon. But in the meantime, I need men to run this operation."
Sam looked past the man to the dilapidated house while he made a decision. The wagon, stolen from his caravan, sat next to the sidewall. A number of horses were tied to fence posts beyond it, grazing in the grass. The last thing he wanted to do was get further involved. But if he left now, he wouldn't be able to confirm that the boys were here. If he agreed to stay, he wouldn't be able to get a message back to Rebecca.
"I'm going to need an answer," Jenkins said, "and I don't have all day."
"You'll have to understand if I don't jump at a job the authorities are cracking down on. No one notices a courier, but what you do, it tends to draw attention."
"Not when you're working for the government,"
Jenkins laughed.
"You couriers really have no idea what messages you're passing on, do you? They let us cause chaos and keep what we steal. It's a pretty good deal if you ask me."
A glimpse of orange from the house window caught Sam's eye. An icy sliver of both relief and fear surged through him. Asher stood in front of the window. A second later, he was gone, but Sam knew it had been Charlie's boy. "I'll do it," Sam said, knowing he was walking a tight rope. He needed to stay long enough to get the boys out of the house, but not a second longer.
"Stay in line, and it'll be worth your time," Jenkins said, shoving the letter into his back pocket. "If not—"
Jenkins spat on the ground, the threat obvious, then headed back to the house. The man in the red beard stepped up in front of Sam. Close enough Sam could smell the alcohol on his breath.
"If I were you, I wouldn't ask a lot of questions. Sticking your nose in the boss's business is just going to get you in trouble. You toe the line and do what you're told. Hopefully that'll keep you alive."
Sam swallowed hard, forcing himself to keep his gaze down.
"Like I said, I just want to feed my family. Then take my advice and stay under the radar."
Sam nodded.
"Can I get something to eat? There's a pot of stew simmering in the back. Help yourself, but stay out of the house. We'll be leaving soon."
Sam watched the man walk off to talk to a couple of the other armed men, then headed to the back of the house. Rebecca had been right in her overly cautious position. These guys wouldn't think twice about pulling the trigger if they found out the truth, which had him worried. He was no undercover agent. He'd gone from fireman to leading a caravan across the country to now an undercover spy. He didn't regret the decision, but that didn't ease that fear rumbling in his gut. He'd seen the hardened look in Jenkins' eyes. The man had little conscience left, no hesitation to get rid of anyone who got in his way. He walked around the house, looking inside windows, still trying to figure out a way to get the boys out to safety. Redbeard's warning to stay out of the house clearly had something to do with the boys being in there. He stopped in front of the fire, where an iron kettle full of stew simmered, while he worked to formulate a plan. An older woman sat against the house, peeling potatoes.
"It smells delicious,"
Sam said, grabbing a bowl and spoon. She ignored him and kept peeling potatoes. Sam moved in front of the fire and started using the large wooden spoon to stir the stew. He was pretty sure Asher had seen him, but the boy was young and no doubt terrified. Oliver was older, but still they were just kids, despite the fast growing up they'd both had to do this past year. There was movement in one of the windows. An armed man, but no sign of the boys. That made for 6 men he'd seen,
all armed. He started to ladle some of the stew into his bowl. He needed a way into the house. Shouting erupted from the front of the house. Sam set down his bowl. He'd been told to keep his head under the radar, which was exactly what he wanted to do. But if Jenkins or one of the others were hurting the boys... Sam rounded the corner of the house, then froze. Redbeard was dragging Jeremy across the yard.
"Found this spy up on the ridge."
Jenkins had pulled his weapon out of his holster and had it pointed at the deputy. Sam stared at Jeremy, wondering what the man had done to get caught. "So the two of you know each other," Jenkins said, pointing his weapon at Jeremy and then at Sam. "Trying to set me up?" Sam shook his head and dropped his hands to his sides.
"Of course not. I have no idea who he is."
"Who are you really working for?" Jenkins said, shooting a bullet into the ground in front of Sam. Sam forced himself to stand still. But this wasn't a part of the script.
"I already told you who I work for."
"I say they're both lying," Redbeard said, holding Jeremy up by his collar.
"This one's a deputy. I've seen him in uniform in town."
"Which means all of this was a setup." The veins on Jenkins' neck pulsed. "And we almost walked into it."
"That's not all."
Redbeard held up an envelope.
"I found this on the deputy. Encrypted instructions as to where the drugs are located on the Holt Ranch. From the real courier they must have intercepted."
Sam tried to figure out what was going on as Jenkins grabbed the note. Someone had set them up. But how? Nothing made sense. "We'll go to the ranch and get the drugs," Jenkins said, then turned to Sam. "I told you what would happen if you crossed me, though I think I'll start with your deputy friend here." Jenkins took aim at Jeremy, fired, and at the same time, hot orange smoke from a flare exploded out of the doorway of the house. Sam glanced back as a second flare exploded, hitting the ground right in front of the man and thickening the air with smoke. Sam didn't even wait to see what happened to Jeremy. Instead, he used the distraction to race toward the back of the house and find the boys. There was no sign of the older woman, who'd been peeling potatoes, but a moment later, Asher and Oliver emerged from the back door. He scooped up Asher, grabbed Oliver's hand, and started for two of the horses.
"We knew you'd come get us," Oliver said. "I was ready."
Sam untied the horse, lifted Oliver up onto the saddle, then went for a second horse.
"Oliver found the flares,"
Asher said. "The two of you just made the best distraction I could have asked for." Sam set Asher on the horse, then got up behind him, ready to ride.
"Head for the trees, Oliver,"
Sam said, knowing that the boy could ride as well as any adult he knew. More gunshots fired behind him as they raced toward the tree line. Sam felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing he had found the boys, but couldn't ignore the sick feeling from leaving Jeremy behind. Knowing that they would kill him. Knowing that someone had betrayed him. Chapter 17. Orange smoke rose up from the flat land below them. Rebecca pulled out her binoculars, trying to figure out what was going on. None of her deputies had orange flares, which meant they'd been set off by someone else. She signaled at one of the deputies to pull out the firepower they'd brought from the duffel bag, and quickly gave instructions. She would go with Langley to see what was going on. Being prepared in situations like this was never easy, but a few extra explosions could make a battalion look like an army, which very well might be what they needed. She headed toward the bluff where Jeremy had told her he was going to be. She held her hand up over her eyes to block the setting sun and searched the summit.
Where was he? "I don't see him, ma'am." "I don't either." She grabbed the binoculars again and searched the flatter terrain below. She could see the house in the distance, still covered in an orange haze, as well as several people moving around. But she wasn't close enough. "What do you want to do?" the deputy asked. She handed him the binoculars. "Can you make out who's down there?" The deputy looked for a long moment, then shook his head. "We need to get closer." Rebecca hesitated, unsure what their next move should be. Their plan had been simple. Sam was supposed to go in, deliver the message, and get out. Something had clearly gone wrong, which meant more than likely that they'd trusted the wrong person. She let out a sharp breath. Heath Cohen had a criminal record. He'd admitted to working with fugitives. What had possessed her to trust the man? If she lost Sam and Jeremy... She heard her name and turned around. Sam jumped off the horse he was riding, then rushed toward her like a charging bull. Two kids, presumably Asher and Oliver, sat on top of the horses. "You found them," she said excitedly. "I don't have time to explain everything. The kids are safe, but Jeremy isn't. One of the men found him and dragged him down there. There are half a dozen of them, all armed." "Whoa, Sam. I need you to slow down," she said, fighting to process what he was saying. He squeezed her hand. "I need you to have one of your men get the kids to safety. If you ride down the valley to your left and position yourself behind the outcropping of rocks, you'll have the advantage, because they have to go that way, and it's a shortcut from here. But you're going to have to move fast. Then I need you to meet me at your father's house soon as you can." "Wait a minute. What happened to Jeremy?" Sam avoided her gaze. "Sam." "They shot him." "And my father? What does he have to do with all of this?" "They believe the drugs were moved to his ranch. I'll go and make sure he's safe, but if you don't stop these men now, more people are going to get hurt. And Rebecca..." He pulled her forward and whispered into her ear. "I need you to be careful. Someone betrayed us. Just trust me." Someone betrayed us. She couldn't get the words out of her head as Sam rode off in the direction of her father's ranch. "Sheriff?" Langley stepped in front of her. "If he's right, we need to move. The smoke is clearing, and the men down there are getting ready to ride." Rebecca found her composure and started spouting off instructions to her men. Wilson would get the boys back to town, while Langley and the other deputies followed Sam's instructions. She tried to hold at bay the conflicting thoughts that wouldn't stop hammering inside her head. The thought that Jeremy had been murdered by those men was one sharp blow, but the thought that her father might also be in trouble had her even more terrified. Trust me. She knew she trusted Sam, but she also knew that she'd somehow allowed herself to care for him far more than she should. She felt like David about to face Goliath, as she and her men slipped behind the rock formation with her deputies. God, we need a miracle, right now. A moment later, she heard them riding hard in her direction. She glanced at Langley, calculating their move, waiting a few more seconds, then nodded. They threw the flashbangs simultaneously. Seconds later, they let off a deafening noise and a bright light, causing chaos. The fugitives shouted as the horses panicked and threw their riders. Rebecca stepped out from behind the rocks, quickly taking over the scene. I'm Sheriff Holt. You are all under arrest for kidnapping, armed robbery, and murder. The men groaned on the ground, while her deputies secured them with zip ties. Sam had told her there were 6, which meant 2 were missing. She walked up to one with a long red beard and stood in front of him. Where are the rest of your men?
The man sneered at her, then looked away.
"Where are the rest of your men?" she repeated.
This time, he looked her straight in the eye. "You'll never track us all down. We're like cockroaches. We'll just keep coming after you." The fear she'd tried to ignore all day swept through her. Not only was she worried about Sam, she didn't understand how her father had gotten involved in all this. If his life was in danger because of her decisions, she'd never forgive herself. Chapter 18. Sam's thigh burned as he rode up to Rebecca's father's house. He'd only really felt two other things as he'd flown across the flat landscape toward the ranch. One, relief that the boys were safe. And two, fear over the knowledge someone had betrayed them. It was that betrayal he couldn't decipher. Things had spiraled out of control so fast, and he still hadn't been able to put the pieces back together. A spotted Appaloosa was tied to the porch of the ranch house, one he didn't recognize. Max might simply have a visitor, but more than likely, it belonged to Jenkins or one of his men, which meant they'd beat him here. Heart pounding, he moved forward cautiously up the steps to the front door, ready with his sidearm out in front of him. "Max?" he called out. No answer. He didn't even try to be quiet as he pulled open the door and slipped inside. Whoever was here would have seen him approach the house, so there was no reason to hide. He walked across the wood floor, across the familiar, cozy space where he'd spent recovering from his gunshot wound. Chess games with Max, conversations over traditionally made tamales, and where he'd first gotten to know Rebecca. "Max!" Sam stopped a moment later and felt the room spin. Max lay face down on the floor, his head laying in a pool of blood. Sam choked back the anger and confusion as he knelt down beside the man and felt for a pulse. Guilt surfaced next. If he hadn't insisted on going on this fool's errand, maybe he'd still be alive. The sound of booted footsteps shifted Sam's attention to the kitchen. He looked up as Deputy Jeremy Ferguson strode into the room. Sam stood, confused by the man's appearance. "I thought they shot you." "That's what you were supposed to think," Jeremy said, moving toward him. Jeremy grabbed the slide of Sam's gun, then twisted it with Sam's arm behind him in one quick move. Sam tried fighting back, but he was no match against Jeremy's training. Jeremy took a step backward, then aimed the gun at Sam's head. "Guess you're not quite the hero everyone thinks, are you?" Sam stared at the barrel of the gun. So, this had all been nothing more than a setup. "You planned this," Sam said. "Everything but the theatrical orange smoke. I'll give those boys an A for effort, though, considering they did manage to escape with you." He glanced down at Max's lifeless body. "And you killed Max. You're finally catching on." Jeremy clapped his hands together slowly, then laughed. "And you made it so easy for me. From the first time I met you, I didn't like you. You couldn't just leave things alone. You had to get involved in something that was none of your business, even to the point of going undercover to impress the sheriff." "No, this is my business," Sam said. "I had friends who died in that attack, which is why you failed." Sam didn't miss the deputy's patronizing tone. "You can't get involved personally." "What I don't understand is, why?" Sam asked. "You were supposed to be keeping your town safe, keeping your county safe." "It's the same reason any of us do anything. Money. Power. And if people get hurt along the way,
That is unfortunate, but I don't plan to just survive. Those on the side of the realm are well taken care of."
Sam shook his head.
"Is it worth justifying murder? I don't have to justify anything to you, but sometimes you have to make sacrifices for the greater good." "Are you listening to yourself?" Sam asked. "Max is dead, and you're acting like it's nothing. A calculated cost."
Sam frowned. Arguing with the man was pointless.
"So what happens now? You kill me too? Killing you wouldn't be near as satisfying compared to what I have planned."
Jeremy's smile widened.
"I came here after discovering you were the mole and found you with a gun in your hand, hovering over Max's dead body, covered in his blood. How's that for a story?"
Sam looked down at his hands, stained with Max's blood from when he'd checked the man's pulse. Marks on his knees from when he'd knelt down beside him.
"So this was part of the setup."
Sam's hand shook as he tried wiping his hands on his pants, but he only managed to spread the stain.
"You didn't come here to find out who was behind the attacks. You knew who was behind the attacks. I wasn't sure exactly how things would turn out, but fortunately, I can now get rid of 2 birds with 1 stone. You, because you killed her father, and our sweet little sheriff, because she's going to have to step down in order to deal with the emotional trauma of losing her father."
The final pieces were starting to click into place.
"And then you step into her place as sheriff, giving you control over the county's law enforcement."
Jeremy shrugged.
"That's how it works. Only the strongest are going to survive this war. So what happens now? While I really do prefer to keep you alive, I'm not against killing you if you try and make this difficult for me."
Jeremy smiled.
"We're about to have company, and while you can say what you want, just remember, she'll never believe you."
Someone betrayed us.
Rebecca rode as hard as she could toward her father's house, outdistancing the deputies who had come with her. She never should have let Sam go undercover. Nothing was ever simple when dealing with criminals, and yet she'd let him convince her that he could handle the situation. Instead, Jeremy was dead, and now her father's life was in danger. All she did know was that Sam had somehow managed to break through her defenses and left her feeling vulnerable. Had her making risky decisions she normally never would have made. Like convincing her to let him go undercover. That had been a mistake. And while he had somehow been able to rescue the kids, letting her emotions get tangled up with her work was only going to get her into trouble. And Sam McQuaid was definitely trouble. There were a couple of horses tethered outside her father's house when she arrived, kicking up her anxiety another notch. Quickly dismounting off her horse, she pulled her gun out of her holster and headed to the house. The door was open when she arrived. She gripped her weapon with both hands and slowly walked into the house. "Dad?"
Jeremy stepped out of the kitchen and rushed toward her, up in her confusion.
"Jeremy? What's going on? Sam told me you were dead."
He signaled for her to put the gun down, then walked up to her.
"I'm sorry."
He pulled her against him, then whispered into her ear.
"I don't want to have to tell you this, but your father's gone." "No."
She pulled away from him.
"I don't understand. What are you doing here? What is Sam doing here?"
That's when she saw her father's body on the ground. That's when she saw Sam, zip-tied in a chair, 6 feet away from her father's body.
"I am so sorry, Becca," Jeremy said. "I figured out what he was doing and got here as fast as I could. but I was too late."
Rebecca froze. Her mind tried to sort out what she was seeing. Sam with blood on him. Her father's lifeless body on the living room floor. She knelt down next to him and squeezed her father's hand. She felt for a pulse. Dilated pupils. Jaw open. Blue lips. Blood pooled beneath him. He couldn't be dead.
"What happened?"
Jeremy squeezed her shoulder.
"I'm sorry I didn't get here in time. It was Sam."
She turned to Sam.
"What did you do?" "I didn't do this, Rebecca. It was all a setup. Jeremy is setting us up. You have to believe me." "Don't listen to him. He's not who you think he is, Rebecca."
Jeremy stepped in front of her.
"He's one of them." "One of who?" "Hired by the realm. He's been scouting for them. Targeted your father's ranch. The reason Brandon is dead, and now your father is dead." "That's a lie and you know it, Jeremy," Sam shouted.
Rebecca shifted her gaze between the two men. Jeremy had been her right-hand man for the past year, and had never done anything to make her mistrust him. And then, there was Sam, the man who waltzed into her life and made her feel alive again. She wasn't wrong about him. She couldn't have been wrong about him. Stupid as the plan might have been, he was the one who'd risked his life to save those boys. Why would he have killed her father? No, she couldn't believe that. Sam was a fireman, someone who spent his life helping people, and she'd seen him in action. There was no way that everything he'd said had been a manipulative lie. No way that the man she was falling in love with was not the person he claimed to be. The man she was falling in love with?
"I have proof,"
Jeremy said, pulling her back to the present.
"What kind of proof?"
she asked, determined not to fall apart. Not now. Not yet.
"A second courier letter. The one he gave to Jenkins about the drugs. I told you we made a large find. Sam was there when I told you about it." "Sam would never do that."
She slowed her breathing, forcing herself to take slow, deep breaths in an attempt to stop the panic attack that was forming.
"Sam, tell Jeremy you would never do that." "Of course not. You know me, Rebecca. He's trying to get under your skin, trying to confuse you."
Jeremy turned her back to him.
"It was the perfect setup. Don't you understand, Rebecca, that he used you? Manipulated you emotionally, so he could get what he wanted."
What if Jeremy was right? Rebecca backed up slowly. She needed time to process what had happened. Needed time to grieve. Her father's body was still warm, and she wasn't sure she had the mental capacity to think about cattle rustlers and drug traffickers.
"Why would you kill my father?" she asked,
turning to Sam.
"I promise, I didn't, Rebecca." "It makes sense."
Rebecca pointed her gun back at Sam.
"It would have been so easy for you to plant yourself here as a mole." "You can't seriously believe that," Sam said, standing up. "I admit, we haven't known each other for long, but you know me better than you think, Rebecca." "Shut up and sit down."
Jeremy reached out and pistol-whipped Sam, before turning back to Rebecca.
"You're going to let your emotions cloud your judgment if you listen to him."
She'd heard the desperation in Sam's voice, but this time she managed to push back her own emotions and view the situation rationally.
"My father's ranch has the most cattle in 500 miles, giving him control over the whole county. Add to that access to the sheriff's department, information on raids."
A sick feeling flooded over her. How long would she have continued to believe Sam if Jeremy hadn't found out the truth? Sam didn't weigh the consequences of his next decision. In one fluid motion, he raised his hands above him, then slammed them down toward his body, while pressing his shoulder blades together. A second later, the zip ties broke. He threw the chair at Jeremy, hoping it was enough of a distraction, and ran for the back door. He knew how the law worked here. There was no innocent until proven guilty. He'd already been tried and found guilty. He'd seen the look of betrayal in Rebecca's eyes. And the price for murder in this world was automatic death. Sam staggered out the back door and down the steps. He needed to focus. Needed to simply concentrate on getting as far away from here as possible. He hated to leave her with Jeremy, but she'd left him no choice. Bullets hit the side of the house as he kept running, then quickly mounted one of the saddled horses. He knew running away made him look guilty, and he had no doubt they would come after him and track him down. He was left with only one viable option. He needed to get back home to Shadow Ridge. At least there he had family who could help, because establishing his innocence might prove impossible. Chapter 19. Shadow Ridge, Texas. 11 days later. Sam stepped outside onto the veranda of the 2-story family home with his brothers Jace and Levi, trying to hide both his limp and his fatigue. Tonight, both the moon and view of the stars were hidden behind low-lying clouds. He clenched the warm mug of tea someone had handed him and took a sip, hoping it would calm his stomach and reminding him of the herbal tea Max had given him. Telling his family what had happened over the past few weeks had felt surreal, almost as surreal as learning his mother was gone. A part of him simply couldn't absorb the news. While it was going to take time to process everything that had happened over the year he'd been gone, they were going to have to start by dealing with the bounty on his head. "I'm struggling to take everything in," Sam said, leaning against the veranda railing. "I know." Levi squeezed his brother's shoulder. "Well, we're glad you're back. We'll have time to both grieve and celebrate later. Right now, we need to find a way to get these guys off your back." Sam frowned. "I've been trying to shake 'em for 300 miles. Never expected 'em to follow me across the border." "You're sure this Deputy Ferguson and his men are here in Shadow Ridge?" Jace asked, reminding Sam so much of their father, with both his stance and air of confidence. "If they're not here yet, they will be," Sam said. "His team is made up of a handful of deputies and the sheriff from Sierra County. On top of that, there are bounty hunters after me." Jace let out a low whistle. "Seems like a lot of manpower." "Agreed." Sam took another sip of the drink. "I don't think the sheriff or her men know what the deputy's involved in, but apparently he's convinced 'em I'm worth tracking down. And from what I've seen, they're going to keep searching until they find me." "What's the deputy's motivation? Aside from the fact that I'm a loose end?" Sam shrugged. "I know he's tangled up in passing on information to a group called the Realm that are somehow connected to the grid going down. We've heard about 'em." Levi's frown deepened. "They're behind cyber attacks that shut down satellites, affecting the grid." Sam nodded. "I'm pretty sure Ferguson's goal is to take over as sheriff of the county, giving himself more protection to do what he wants without getting caught." "What about Rebecca?" Jay said. "Can't we bring her in on this? I'd rather have her on our side." Sam shook his head. "Trust me, she won't agree to be involved. She believes I'm guilty of killing her father. Ferguson did a good job shaping the evidence to make me look guilty." The veranda door opened, and the little boy ran outside, making all 3 men shift their attention as he held up a couple toy cars.
Look what Grandpa said I could play with.
Jace knelt down in front of Noah and gave him his full attention. Did you know that I used to play with these cars when I was your age?
Will you play with me? Noah?
Morgan stood in the doorway, calling in her son.
I need you to come back inside.
I promise we'll spend some time playing with the cars tomorrow. Noah smiled.
Okay.
So, you're going to be a husband and a father, Sam said, as the boy ran back inside. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that one, but the boy and his mother have completely stolen my heart. Jace's smile faded as they shifted their attention back to the issue at hand.
Jace, what are you thinking?
Levi asked. So we need to do two things. Prove this deputy's guilt and clear your name. What if we can do both at the same time? Jace started pacing the veranda in front of them. What do you have in mind? Sam asked. We give him something he wants. Jace held up his hand and kept pacing as he flushed out some details in his head. We have in our possession a flash drive, Jace said. It contains the names of those involved in shutting down the grid, intel pointing to their base of operations, along with other classified information. Wow, how did you get that? Sam asked. That's a long story for another day. Jace stopped pacing. If this deputy is trying to move up in the organization, it sounds like possession of this drive and the list on it would be the perfect bait. More than likely, he's even heard of it. Levi shook his head. I'm not sure how your plan is going to work. Unfortunately, Hope found the flash drive in a dead man's stomach. We're still trying to see if it's possible to retrieve the data, or if it's too damaged. Sam set his mug on the rail. Then how is that going to help us? Jace caught Sam's gaze. Could you give us a few names of those who Ferguson worked with? Yes? Good. We can come up with a semi-fake list on a flash drive, and then set up a meeting, which won't be hard. He won't be able to say no. It will give me something to bring him in for. As far as I'm concerned, anyone who works for the realm has committed treason. As former military intelligence, it wasn't the first time Jace McQuaid had gone undercover, but it was the first time he'd had to do a job with his brother's life on the line. The old barn where they'd chosen to meet was on the edge of town, near a row of derelict houses that had once been used by ranch hands. The location was perfect, far enough out to give them privacy, and the trees dotting the property gave them cover for the backup waiting around the perimeters. From everything he'd heard from Sam about the deputy, they couldn't afford to let their guard down. Jace stood just inside the barn as the last light of day hovered along the horizon. He waited for Deputy Ferguson to show up, thanks to a note that had been passed discreetly to the officer. Jace stepped forward as a figure rode up and quickly dismounted. Thanks for meeting me. Jeremy Ferguson was younger than Jace had expected, but the man already had hard lines worn across his forehead. I'm risking a lot to be here, Ferguson said. You better have something worth my while. Oh, trust me, I do. The note mentioned that you had a flash drive with information. Jace pulled out the flash drive from his pocket and held it up. I worked for the FBI. I was supposed to deliver it to an informant working for the realm, but the authorities are on the lookout for me. My partners were killed, along with our security detail, while we were traveling undercover. I have to make sure the drive doesn't get into the wrong hands. How did you hear about me? The drive contains names of those involved with the realm, as well as undercover agents who have infiltrated the group in an attempt to stop us, traitors we need to stop. Your name is on the list. Like I said, my name and description have been flagged, but as a deputy, you have the perfect cover. No one will question your movements."
"Who do I take it to?"
Jeremy asked. Jace handed him a folded piece of paper.
"No offense," Jeremy said, "but I have no idea if you're telling me the truth. For all I know, this could be some kind of setup. I don't even really know what's on the drive."
"I'm glad you're being careful." Jace pulled out a solar-charged phone with an adapter cable, prepared for the request, and loaded up the flash drive info.
"See any names you recognize?"
Jace held his breath while Jeremy read through the list that included names Sam had given them.
"Yeah, actually. I do."
"Good. Those are just from the New Mexico-Texas region. There are more pages with more names." Jace unplugged the phone from the drive and handed it to the man.
"Will you deliver it?"
"Not a problem." Jeremy pulled something out of his pocket before slipping the flash drive in. He held up a lighter and flicked it open. Jace took a step back.
"What are you doing?" "Like I said, I can't be certain you can be trusted. You could be a cop for all I know, and have this place surrounded, which means I need to ensure a clean getaway. One spark will spread like wildfire, especially with an accelerant."
Jeremy tossed the flame into a pile of debris, then ran toward the door, jamming it shut from the outside. Jace tried to stuff down the panic as the flames licked at the wet ground around him, then raced up the walls. They'd clearly underestimated this man, and that mistake might cost him his life. Chapter 20. Rebecca found Jeremy's horse tethered to a tree about 100 feet from an old barn. He'd told her he had a lead on Sam that he needed to check out, but she'd known he was lying to her. The small team she'd put together had tracked Sam south through Las Cruces, across the border into Texas, and through El Paso, then southwest through the West Texas desert. They'd almost caught up to him in a deserted shopping mall outside of Las Cruces, but he'd managed to slip out of a side exit and escape. This morning, they'd finally reached Shadow Ridge, Sam's hometown, and rumors were that Sam McQuaid had arrived the night before. The smell of smoke filled the air as Rebecca noticed the first flame coming from the barn. In another few seconds, a dozen more orange flames joined in, flickering against the darkness. Panic spread inside her. She was no fire expert, but she knew this was no accident. First of all, it was too much of a coincidence, and secondly, it was spreading too fast. She saw his familiar profile a few seconds later as he ran toward the barn.
"Sam!"
He turned around and saw her running toward him.
"Stay back, Rebecca. My brother's in there." "Sam, no!" "Get out of here, please. Let me do what I'm trained to do."
Flames had started to lick the wall structure, adding to the smoke and making it hard to both breathe and see. Her hand shook as she got close enough to feel the heat and realized there was no way to stop him. By the time he got to the barn, the entire roof was on fire. She heard shouting as he struggled to get inside, then finally kicked open the barn. Another few seconds, and the entire barn erupted in flames, and a large section of the roof collapsed, adding to the deafening hissing sound of the fire. Her mind started automatically working through her limited options as several men appeared with shovels and started throwing dirt on the flames. She needed to go to town and get additional help.
"You just couldn't leave this alone, could you?"
Rebecca turned around and felt her heart slam against her chest. Jeremy was standing there, the barrel of his rifle aimed at her.
"What are you doing?"
We need to help them. They're going to die in there.
He took a step forward. How long have you known? She fought to catch her breath.
That you killed my father?
Jeremy nodded.
Since the day of my father's death, because I knew it wasn't Sam. He never would have killed my father.
Jeremy cocked his head. And all this time we've been traveling, you somehow managed to never let on?
We see what we want to see. Isn't that what you told me once?
She tried to squelch the panic in her voice, but knew that even if he couldn't hear it, he'd see it in her eyes.
I knew you were meeting with contacts along the way,
she said, reaching for the handgun holstered in the small of her back.
Sending messages through couriers. The only way I could take you down was to collect evidence. And the only way I could keep Sam alive was to come with you and arrest him myself. I knew you would have killed him.
It doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do.
Don't give yourself too much credit. What I have now is a list of names of your contacts within the realm, delivery routes, scouts, and couriers. It's not everything I'd hoped for, but it will go a long way.
He moved his weapon forward a few inches.
Put your hands up where I can see them, and don't do anything stupid. Even if you scream, they won't hear you. They're too busy trying to put out that fire.
She frowned, but complied, knowing he wouldn't hesitate to shoot her.
I know now that you killed Brandon, my father, and Sam. If he dies in that fire, you'll pay for that as well.
Except no one will ever know that, will they?
I would have kept you out of it, if you would have stopped asking questions. If you would have just shut up and done your job, you wouldn't have become another loose end. Which is why you and I are going on a little trip together, where the coyotes will find you before anyone else will. I just have one question, Rebecca said, needing to buy herself some time. Why betray me? Why betray my father and everyone you worked with? Didn't you have everything you needed?
Jeremy shook his head. I used to be naive like you, but in order to survive in this new world, it's everyone for himself, and it's only the strong who are going to survive. It's time you realize that.
You're wrong. It's not who's the strongest. It's who works through this together. And I don't care how many people like you are out there. We will keep fighting. We will keep working together. And we will survive. And that's not something you can destroy.
Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the one holding my finger on the trigger. Goodbye, Sheriff Holt. A shot rang out. Rebecca caught the look of surprise on Jeremy's face. He dropped to his knees as a blood stain grew across his chest. Rebecca's heart pounded as she glanced around, trying to figure out where the bullet had come from. She started to run for cover, then heard a voice call her name.
Rebecca, it's over. You're safe.
She dropped to her knees, her entire body shaken.
I'm Sam's brother, Levi,
the man said, coming up to her.
Are you okay?
She pressed her hands against the ground and tried to catch her breath.
I don't know.
Levi checked Jeremy's pulse.
Is he dead?
She asked.
No, though he's probably going to wish he was. How did you know who I was? Sam gave us a pretty detailed description of the sweet sheriff he fell in love with.
Blushing a bit, she asked.
What about Sam and your other brother? They're in pretty bad shape, but Sam managed to tell me you were out here after he pulled Jace out of the fire. Told me to make sure you were safe.
Rebecca sat in the small lobby of the Shadow Ridge Clinic. To her left was a child-sized table and 4 chairs, where kids could draw while they wait. In front of her was the receptionist desk. Over the past few hours, she'd met Sam's entire family, as they waited to hear a status update on Sam and Jace. While Levi had left to wrap things up at the police station, and his sister Tess went to get them something to eat, Sam's father stayed with her. "How are you doing?" Sam's father asked, getting up to stretch.
"He doesn't know I believe he's innocent. I don't want him to die thinking I betrayed him. If he doesn't make it—"
"Stop." Garrett McQuaid sat back down next to her. "Sam is one of the strongest people I know. He's going to be okay."
"I haven't known him that long, but he challenged me, made me laugh, and reminded me to slow down."
His father nodded. "I've had to question a lot of things that have happened in the last year. The loss, the grief, the evil. I struggle every day to understand how God works everything together for good. But I know He will." Rebecca looked up at him.
"How? We've gotten ourselves in a pretty big mess."
"I think as humans we tend to think in a physical dimension. We think that God will give us fancy houses, good health, and everything we want. And yet, it really boils down to the fact that Jesus redeemed us. He does work things together for good, but He also redeems us."
"I just don't know how to not blame myself for letting this all happen. I should have believed him from the beginning. My heart told me to, but the evidence made me question it." "Maybe you need to tell Sam that yourself."
Dr. Hope McQuaid walked in with a big smile on her face. Rebecca stood up.
"Please tell me that means he's okay. It's been a bit of a rough night for both brothers, but they're going to pull through. Sam's asking for you, Rebecca. Just don't let him talk too long."
A minute later, she sucked in a deep breath and blew it out slowly as she stepped into the room where Sam lay on his side, his eyes closed. She slowly crossed the room, noting the color was back in his face, then rested her gaze on the lips that had kissed her and shook her entire world. He opened his eyes. "Rebecca." Rebecca sat down on the edge of the bed, feeling awkward. She'd missed him so much. "You finally caught up with me," he said, his voice raspy from the smoke.
"Sam, your sister said you shouldn't be talking much right now, so for now, just listen to what I have to say. After my father died, I went back to the caravan you were with. I talked to Solomon and Charlie about you.
And yet, you listened to Jeremy."
"No, I came with Jeremy, because I knew if he found you, he would kill you. And I couldn't let that happen. I knew you could never kill my father, and it didn't take long to realize that Jeremy was passing intel while we searched for you, and was working for the realm."
Her gaze studied his face, hoping he'd understand what she was trying to say.
"When we first met, I knew there was something different about you. You strove so hard to do the right thing, even when it wasn't easy. I never should have doubted you."
"I told Levi to go find you."
"You shouldn't talk, Sam."
Sam struggled to push himself up on the pillow, then took her hand. "You don't understand. I had to make sure you were okay, because I love you."
"You—"
He squeezed her fingers. "I love you." Her mind scrambled to take in what he was saying.
"What about my job? I can't just leave the people I work for. And you've spent weeks trying to get here with your family. I can't take you away from them."
"We don't have to worry about the details right now. But I think my family would understand if I went back with you. And it's a lot closer than Denver."
"Yes, but it's still far."
"All I know is that we make a pretty good pair. You make me laugh, Rebecca. You're genuine, hard-working, and you stir something inside me that is completely unexpected. And yet,
Something I don't think I can live without now.
We've known each other for such a short time.
And I'm scared of making another bad decision. He reached out and wrapped his fingers around hers. Rebecca, all I know is that I've come closer to death than I want to again for a long, long time. But I don't want to lose you again. We don't have to make any decisions now, but let me come back to New Mexico with you, if you can trust me with your heart. She'd come with no expectations of anything between them, and yet, at the same time, she knew that love was more than just mere emotions. Love was a decision, and one that she was ready to make. She smiled at his scruffy beard that needed a trim.
The last time you kissed me, I wanted to run. I think I'm ready to stop running.
She leaned forward and brushed her lips against his. And this time, she knew she'd found the place she wanted to stay.